When you think San Antonio sports, think 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your home for the Cowboys. KTFM Floresville and SASportsStar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
They have just gone to the bottom of the second in Houston. AL wildcard game one. The Detroit Tigers put up a 3-spot in the top half. They lead the Astros 3-0. Dallas Cowboys placed defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence on the injured reserve. He'll miss a minimum of 4 games. Doing so, they signed defensive end KJ Henry off the Bengals practice squad today. 2-year deal for Henry.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Howdy.
Howdy.
It's a Tuesday.
It is a Tuesday.
Howdy.
It's game day. Although the Astros didn't get the memo, their game started early. Half hour in, they're down 3-0.
Boy, the Tigers just pounded Valdez there in the top half of the second inning, putting up a 3-spot.
Yeah, Fromber not looking good to start this game. The Astros have to rally. Although watching baseball yesterday, and there is really nothing better than playoff baseball. Watching those 2 games yesterday, that was fun. And again, a 3-0 lead, nothing.
Joel Embiid, he just sent out a tweet, 10 minutes ago saying, postseason baseball is underway. So even that guy, everybody likes postseason baseball.
There is something about postseason baseball, and the Astros might be onto something. They just did it. I didn't see who it was. A line drive up the middle off the pitcher's arm who's now being evaluated. I don't know if that's one way to get that guy off the mound. Just take him out.
Yeah. I'd like to think he did that on purpose, but I'm not sure anybody's that talented.
Nobody wishes injury on anybody.
No. But the Tigers with a big start here today. This will be a lot of fun, and I was happy to see that, you talked about it, the schedule yesterday had all these games starting at the same time, but they stretched them out.
Yeah.
So we got a full day of baseball
Well,
today.
no, not that they all start at the same time. They all get their own TV window. So,
Gotcha.
But for whatever reason, the Astros, all 3 of these games are scheduled, if it takes 3, in the 1:30 window.
Gotcha,
right?
Gotcha.
Yes. No, there's baseball all day all night tonight. Baseball, obviously, big in the news, not only with playoffs and with what we had yesterday, but also the passing of the legend Pete Rose, which has created and sparked the debate once again. And for, 25 years, what are we going to talk about in July? All right, let's see. Pete Rose, should he be in the Hall of Fame or not topic? And now that he literally has served his lifetime ban, does baseball change its rules? It would not feel quite the same, and Pete Rose would never get to enjoy the moment of seeing his plaque and calling himself a Hall of Famer, although with Pete Rose, you never know, as he signed a whole bunch of stuff in storage with HOF just in case so the family could make some money.
He may have. And, it's funny that we say that as I watch this playoff game in Houston, and right behind there to the right is a FanDuel banner. So it's kind of ironic, is it not, that Pete Rose was banned for life for gambling on baseball, but yet baseball's making a lot of money on gambling.
Look, and that restarted the conversation a few years ago when the rules changed about leagues taking gambling money. Now, still illegal for a baseball player to bet.
Yep.
And it was then. And you think about as I saw Mike Greenberg say this morning in talking to Bob Costas, and I think it's a very fair way to describe Pete Rose, his complicated legacy. But if a Hall of Fame is supposed to be about what you did on the field and not off, he should be in the Hall of Fame. And you look at, nobody's claiming that he's a great human. There's been all kinds of different stories, but, Hall of Fames in every sport have people that are less than ideal as far as human beings go. It's not the Boy Scout Hall of Fame. But with what that guy did on the baseball field as a player, and again, my age, I was just kind of at the tail end of his heyday, but Little League Baseball, we all learned to slide head first because of Pete Rose. We all wanted to get our uniforms dirty because of Pete Rose.
There was nobody that hustled more than that guy.
Charlie Hustle.
And I don't know if there's anybody still today that hustles as much as that guy did. The fact that, look, I know it was a rule. He bet on baseball. I understand all of that. Rules are rules, and you got to be followed. But there should have been an exception made, especially later in his life before he died, to put this guy in the Hall of Fame. It's a travesty that he's not in there with the records, with the numbers that he has. It just he needs to be put in. I wish he would have been put in before he passed away, and unfortunately that's not going to happen. But he needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
You can't tell the story of baseball without Pete Rose.
You cannot.
Now that he's passed, you might say, does it matter? And, and I've seen the arguments both ways. I mean, but literally he served a lifetime ban. He died never having his moment in Cooperstown. But now do you put him in so his family can have that?
We put him in for the legacy of baseball. I mean, he was one of the greatest baseball players ever, and he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. And you put it in there just to preserve, to show future generations that come and go to the Baseball Hall of Fame that there was this guy named Pete Rose who was one of the greatest players ever. That's where he belongs. That's where he should be, and he should be put in there today. Today, right now.
Right now.
Yes.
Maybe. Look, I'm all for it. I've said forever the guy should be in the Hall of Fame for what he did as a player. By all accounts, his ban is for what he did as a manager. And he lied about it, and and then he came clean in a book. Listening to Jim Rome earlier today talk about his relationship with Pete Rose and some of the stories, and all of that is true. But when you look at between the lines, he's a Hall of Famer. Would be in the Hall of Fame if he didn't bet on baseball. He got caught. He lied about it. He came clean. Even coming clean, you could question, well, I only bet for my team to win, all right? Do I believe that? Do I not believe that? But as a player, Pete Rose, and I've said this forever, should be in the Hall of Fame. He still should be in the Hall of Fame. And now that he's passed, I'm with you. And on the plaque, tell the whole story.
Tell it.
The good, bad, the ugly.
Sure.
It doesn't have to all be pretty, but you cannot tell the history of Major League Baseball without talking about Pete Rose.
I couldn't agree more, and he needs to be put in there and do it as soon as possible. Now that he has, officially has served his lifetime ban.
Yeah.
He's no longer with us. The ban should be ended, and Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame, and it should happen just as soon as humanly possible. And again, I will go through. I got to enjoy watching Pete Rose play. I wasn't very old, but I got to watch him play. And those Cincinnati Reds teams that were just so powerful with Joe Morgan and Johnny Bench and those guys. It was just incredible. So the guy should have always been in there. I understand rules are rules, and you had to do that. But I think there should have been an exception later in life because he did apologize eventually, and he was kind of a donkey at first about it. But it just should have happened.
You tell a lie, then you follow that up with another lie, and then you live with your lie until...
Yeah.
And all that's there. Put it on the plaque. It's a part of the story. The complicated legacy for Pete Rose. I just kind of go back. I don't know what it was like for you growing up in Alice, in Copper's Cove. And, what's interesting when you grow up in a military community, and, I'm not really old enough to remember my days in Germany, but I think my first Little League was in Germany. But, I was always kind of an Astros and Rangers fan. Partly, my dad was more Astros. My grandpa was more Rangers, and he lived in Oklahoma. My grandpa did, and so we'd go up there and always go to Rangers games, and we'd go to Astroworld, and we'd go to Astros games. And then you had Pete Rose, and it kind of felt like everybody in Copper's Cove and in that area, you had your favorite team. And being a military community, people from all over, so it wasn't just Astros and Rangers, but it seemed like everybody liked their team and Pete Rose. That you know what I mean? It was like Pete Rose was that one guy, no matter who you rooted for, you always rooted for Pete Rose.
Yeah, you always did. And again, those teams that he played on were just phenomenal teams. And so they were, everybody knew about them. Everybody got to watch them play, even though there was limited TV back in those days.
Yeah.
But you got to watch them play because they were always in the playoffs and always did well. So, I don't know. I mean, this has been one of those arguments, debates, whatever you want to call it, for a long, long time. And the fact that he's not in the Hall of Fame is disappointing, especially now that he's passed. But baseball needs to correct it and put him in there so other generations coming up that enjoy the game of baseball will know about Pete Rose and not just the bad stuff, honestly.
Well, I mean, and it's I don't know, say it's unfortunate, but do you talk about the hits or the gambling first? And, even when you see him in Vegas and, I'm sure throughout your broadcasting career, you've had a chance to do some different things with Pete Rose. Great storyteller. Dude had some stories.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Most of them you can't repeat. But always very friendly. When you look at that, the fact that as old as he is and as long as it's been, the fact that he sets up shop in Las Vegas and signs autographs for money, and the line is always long.
Always.
Tells you the popularity that Pete Rose still has.
He's one of those guys, and we talked about Tom Brady yesterday with the whole Baker Mayfield controversy that was happening and the fact that Tom Brady lived football. I mean, that was his life. Pete Rose was the same way with baseball. I mean, that was his life. That's what he lived for, and he played the game that way. And so I agree with you. I think you tell the whole story. You put him in the Hall of Fame, tell the whole story, and make it all there for people to make up their own minds. But what he did on the field of play before the gambling controversy deserves a spot in the Hall of Fame.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star. What are the Cowboys going to do in replacing Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence in the short term? We'll dive into that. Coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. It's called the Hurt app, and it provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. Hurt is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download Hurt now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic specialists. The Hurt app is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can learn more about the Hurt app and the Ortho Now Injury Clinic online at tsaog.com. That's tsaog.com.
Join the Blitz live this Friday at Encira Nissan for a meet and greet with some of the UTSA football stars and your chance to get some new exclusive UTSA merch, all benefiting UTSA football athletics. Plus, you can get tickets to the San Antonio Zoo, Fiesta Texas, and Tobin Center. The Blitz this Friday at Encira Nissan on I-10 between Wurzbach and Heidner. With 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked, classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
If you're a man and you live in or around the San Antonio area, you need to listen to this message. Do you find yourself stressing about or even avoiding intimate moments? Do you find yourself thinking, is it going to work? Does your partner look at you and ask, is it me? Did I do something wrong? Do you get frustrated when things don't live up to their expectations? Men, you're not alone, and we have a solution. For over a decade, Mojo has delivered 100% guaranteed male performance results. Mojo truly works every single time. Guys, Mojo works when all other things fail, and its proprietary formula has helped thousands of men live their best lives again. Yeah! Mojo is 100% natural, blood pressure safe, diabetic friendly, and fast acting. And Mojo is now available in both spray and capsule formulas, exclusively at Pure Line Nutrition. Call Pure Line Nutrition in San Antonio today at 210-494-2210. That's Pure Line Nutrition, 210-494-2210.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, you take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an antacid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon, Target.com, or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon, Target.com, or NewNordicUSA.com.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, the credit card bill came and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by for a few weeks.
We should do what my brother did. He went to billshappen.com and got $3,000 the next day.
With our bad credit, I don't think so.
Billshappen.com is different. They are one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope, my brother said it was easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. Bills Happen's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to billshappen.com, and we will have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to billshappen.com. That's billshappen.com. Billshappen.com.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home for Texas A&M football. Saturday morning at 11, the Aggies take on the Missouri Tigers, presented by Ewald Kubota and the Angry Elephant. Pre-game coverage begins at 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Maybe you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Tuesday afternoon, Astros trailing Detroit 3-0 in game one of their wild card round.
Bottom half of the third inning, just got a base hit, though.
Yeah. You got to start the rally at some point.
Got to do something, right? Jose Altuve with the base knock.
Yeah, let's just chip away.
Well, there's 2 outs.
You got to chip away at some point, right?
Yeah, 2 on, 2 outs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are your Cards?
Yeah, they're in Cabo. That's where they are.
The Cabo Cardinals.
Assembling in Cabo or Mexico or somewhere on vacation. I'm really disappointed that the manager hasn't been fired yet.
Yet?
Yeah.
Keyword.
Uh-huh.
Keyword.
Wish that would happen. Not a fan.
Not a fan?
No, not a fan.
Were you a fan when he got hired?
Not really.
All right. We'll see what happens.
Yes, we will. Did you see Tennessee won last night?
The Titans?
How about that? Yeah.
Kyle Tucker pops out inning over. Nobody gives a damn about your Titans. Let's talk about the Cowboys.
I give a damn. I won money on them.
I know you were trying to. All right, let me turn the tide while Jason watches baseball, because the challenge today is keeping everybody updated that don't have a TV near their work.
Oh, we can do that. That's going to be easy.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if they were able to watch that game last night.
The Titans game?
Yeah.
Did you watch that game last night?
I did.
Or did you watch Seattle-Detroit?
Well, I flipped back and forth because I had money on both games.
All right, but at one point you realized, okay, this Titans game is done. If I'm watching good football, I'm staying on Lions and Seahawks. That was at least an entertaining game.
It was a great game.
I'm not sure what that Miami-Tennessee game was.
Miami's just awful without a quarterback.
That was a setback.
My goodness.
All of a sudden, boy, bring Tua back, man. That dude can't get healthy enough. Fast enough.
They need to find somebody because he's still going to miss 2 more games. They put him on IR. He's only missed 2. He's got to miss at least 2 more. And I'm not sure they can survive those 2 without something else.
It was ugly.
I mean, Tyler Huntley was just lost yesterday. He was lost.
I don't know enough about the Miami system, right? But I know most coaches, all right, backup quarterbacks in. Let's have a game plan that works for this quarterback.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It seemed like Mike McDaniel was trying to run his full offense, and his quarterback doesn't have a grasp of his full offense. There was a lot going on.
That guy's he's just like a mad scientist over there, isn't he?
Wow.
The coach of the Dolphins, he just stands there with the glasses, and he just has this look on his face like he's cooking up some kind of spell.
Well, whatever he had blew up in the last
did.
night. It did not work. That offense is
it's bad,
ugly without Tua.
Bad.
And as we talk about piss poor management with the Dallas Cowboys on a pretty consistent basis, can't you look at the Miami Dolphins and ask their management, what the hell are you thinking? Not having a quality backup ready to go when you've got an injury-prone quarterback?
That's a great question to ask because they didn't have one. And look, you in the NFL, you have to have a quality backup. They're just injuries are a possibility week in and week out, and you got to have a quality backup quarterback. And the Dolphins failed to do that. I mean, they did. They flat out failed to do that. Now, Skylar Thompson, that doesn't scream confidence.
No, but would they have Mike White a year ago, right?
Yeah, they did.
And there was somebody else that they had. There was guys. I mean, you got to have that insurance policy.
You have to.
And sometimes you have to spend a little money on that. Go back to when the Cowboys had Tony Romo. Jerry spent a lot of money on veteran backup quarterbacks just in case, because it wasn't if Tony Romo gets hurt, it's when and how many games. Now what the Cowboys are dealing with right now as far as injuries, Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, the odds of them both getting hurt in the same game.
Yeah, crazy.
Not high. And so, different there. But, Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan this morning talked about how they plan on replacing those 2 guys in the short term.
I think we bring the guys up that really we're fortunate, I think, to have these young guys that can step up here and just basically play them. It's hard to think that available to you out in the system that is in the NFL, which is you can coach practice squad players. It's hard to think that there's someone that you can step out and coach that could literally step in this week. Now, step in for you 2 or 3 games from now, yes. And so you may see us do that. We're in that process right as we're speaking. But basically, we'll just move on and replace those guys and hope for the best. We got good news from DeMarcus. He didn't have to have any type of surgery, confirmed again with second opinion yesterday. So that'll eliminate that bone healing time or those type of things in any type of recovery. Micah will be week to week.
Week to week, which is good news. It sounds like Micah could be back sooner rather than later, but the Cowboys did sign a defensive end off the Bengals practice squad, KJ Henry. And again, you heard Jerry. This guy, KJ Henry's not going to be ready to play this week. So he'll come in and get coached up, as they say, and probably will be ready to go after the bye.
And with D-Law going to the IR, KJ Henry will take his spot. He has played in 2 games for the Bengals already this year.
Mm-hmm.
He was a 5th-round pick in 2023 and played 10 games for Washington during his rookie year. Had a sack and a half, had 19 tackles, but wasn't a fit there, and and that might just be because of the coaching change, the defensive change. And, Jerry's right. Finding a long-term solution at this point, tough, although Will McClay has historically done a pretty good job of signing guys off the couch.
Well, this guy's on the couch, and, looking at that Bengals defense, if he's on the practice squad not helping them, it doesn't scream confidence to me. But they needed a body, so they bring him in, and we'll see what happens.
And you wonder, can he just play some special teams? Chauncey Golston isn't a bad player. And I know you don't see it, but everybody else seems to be talking about the improvement that you're getting from Mazi Smith. And Jerry was asked about Mazi's improvement this morning on the Fan.
Well, I think he's an exceptional athlete, rare athlete.
Rare.
For his size, I don't know that I've seen anybody have his skills. And he's also got inordinate strength. If he can progress in the terms of just the football internal aspect of it and just the grit and just the sustaining a level of production that goes with, if you will, being a pro. If he can do that, then we've got us something, and that's what we wanted, was a really star player, you might say. And, of course, you can dream here a little bit, but that's what you're looking for here because we drafted him with our number one pick.
Well, of course, that's what you're looking for with the number one pick. And I'm not exactly sure what Jerry was getting to there because I heard a lot of ifs.
Well,
if he can get there.
We can go back and dissect this. What did Jerry say and what did Jerry mean? Because you can listen to that and say, he's strong. He's athletic.
Rare.
His football IQ, not very good. His heart, is he in it all the way? Let's listen to that again and tell me if you're hearing some of what I'm hearing.
Well, I think he's an exceptional athlete, rare athlete.
Rare.
For his size, I don't know that I've seen anybody have his skills. And he's also got inordinate strength. If he can progress in the terms of just the football internal aspect of it.
All right, stop right there, James. From that, are you saying he's just not picking it up fast enough from a internal football, whatever Jerry said there? Is he saying he's just not getting it?
He's just not getting it.
He's big, he's strong, he's athletic. He just doesn't have the football IQ. That light bulb hasn't gone off yet, right?
Well,
is that what you take from that?
That, and I heard a lot of ifs.
Well,
because obviously he hasn't gotten it. So Jerry says if he can get it, if he can sustain it, and that's all I said yesterday. You get mad at me for knocking Mazi Smith, and I'm just saying he had a good game against the Giants. But can he sustain it? Jerry just said the same thing.
Grit and just the sustaining a level of production that goes with, if you will, being a pro.
He's got to learn how to be a pro.
And he's got to sustain that good play. If he can put some good games together, then I'll start being a believer. But as of now, he had a good game. Good for him.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
But you didn't even recognize him having a good game the other day.
I said he had a good game.
Oh, yeah, after everybody else did, but you said I still don't see it.
Great. I don't see it. I want to see. I got to see some more bricks in the wall.
Well, what I'm curious of, Pink Floyd, is what you're looking at with Mazi Smith. He's now had Dan Quinn as a coordinator and Mike Zimmer. And whoever his line coach is. Does he just not get it? Or does he just not have the maturity to be a professional athlete? Because Jerry could be questioning two different things there or one thing, and it comes back to maturity because you got to learn how to be a pro. And rookie year, you think you're the number one pick. You think your stuff doesn't stink. You just show up, and then you realize real quick it doesn't work that way in the National Football League. Or is there more to it? And how do they get? I don't know. If you're in college and struggling, you get a tutor. I don't know how much extra work can he do. Is this a case of does he need more time on the iPad? Is he spending enough time on film? And the coaches know that. The coaches know if you're watching film. I mean, it's freaky how much they know about how much studying you're doing. Let's go back to Johnny Manziel in the documentary, 0.0 hours of film watched. And, you see where Johnny's career went. Mazi Smith internally has to care that this is your career now. This is a game, and yes, it's fun, but this is your career, and you could change your entire life's family for generations if you take this stuff seriously. Tom Brady, what did he say yesterday about the comments Baker Mayfield? This ain't a daycare. If I want to have fun, I'll take the kids to Disneyland.
Exactly.
How do you get this kid to become a pro?
Well, that's it. And I think some of that stuff you can't coach. I mean, you can put a guy in positions, but he has to love football. And I think that's what Tom Brady was trying to say. It's not about having fun. Yeah, you play a game for a living. But, I mean, at some point in time, you have to deliver. And Brady delivered, even though I'm sure he was an ass at times.
Sure.
I'm sure he was. But guess what? He won. And that's what he said. Having fun is winning championships.
Yes.
That's fun.
The pressure of not winning. Mike Zimmer also talked yesterday, and he talked about the improvement he is seeing out of Mozzie Smith.
Still got a job to do.
I think the biggest thing.
I don't think that's. Can we get Mike Zimmer, please? Mike Zimmer, aisle 3.
He hasn't done as good a job of getting off the blocks and going to make tackles. Last week against the Giants, he pushed the center back quite a few times. There was a couple times he stunted and made some plays. So, that's all the process that myself and Mozzie and the defensive line coaches have to kind of go through, see where, what we can do better with him. But he's always done a pretty good job of playing blocks. Now, part of it, when you're getting double teamed, and like today in the meeting, I tried to show our guys, the nose tackle's getting double teamed. Linebacker comes and takes that double team off. It makes the job a lot easier for the nose tackle. So, it kind of goes around all the way through. So the better these guys can help help other people's jobs as well.
Well, the way I read that is, look, Mike Zimmer doesn't seem too impressed. I mean, he doesn't. You tell me if you heard that differently than I'm.
He inherited him.
Right. He doesn't sound all that impressed with Mozzie Smith. However, having said that, if Mozzie Smith is getting double-teamed, that means there should be a gap for one of those linebackers to stop the run.
Yep.
And so that's obviously not happening either. And to Mozzie's defense, I mean, it does take 11 guys. Mozzie can't do it all. But as a number 1 draft pick, and as a guy that, quite frankly, memory to your memory, we were thrilled about when they drafted Mozzie Smith with that number 1 pick, because that then was a big problem stopping the run, and Mozzie Smith was supposed to be part of the prescription to get that done. Thus far, he hasn't gotten it done.
He has. And again, like Zim was saying there, sometimes you got to help, and you got to recognize when a teammate needs help so you can all have success, and they're certainly not getting that. Now, help that I think every fan would like to see, because the running game has just been awful, is, well, we got a Dalvin Cook. Are we actually going to use a Dalvin Cook? Jerry said not this week. Then he was asked on 105.3 The Fan, what's holding Dalvin Cook back?
Not a thing. When you look at a roster, you look at the entire roster, and you have to adjust it for injuries, or you have to adjust it for just availability. That's a big thing. And you have to adjust it for how you're going to use them. The other day, we didn't run the ball much at all. And so you've got to evaluate how you're going to look at any position, whether it's his position or whether it's receivers or what. All of that comes to play with what you're doing. And so we very easily could be light at running back as we go into this ball game this week in terms of numbers.
Now, I don't understand that at all, because the Pittsburgh Steelers defense is pretty good. You might want to try and run the football to keep Dak upright.
Yeah.
That might be it. Here's how I translated that, Jason. Let me just give you a scenario here. Jerry said, I promised his daddy that I wouldn't cut his son, Deuce Vaughn, and so I'd have to cut Deuce to put Dalvin in, and I promised his daddy I wouldn't do it.
Here we go. Texas is back, folks.
That's about what you heard, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Our Texas is back. Plus, you just need to reset your computer over there.
What's going on
I
there?
mean, I know there's not a camera on James Pledger, but whatever that computer's doing over there is not jiving with James Pledger.
Apparently not.
He's pushing all the wrong buttons.
He's got goofy,
the
goofy
right
looks.
The right and the words coming out of his mouth. Not good. You all right, James? You're looking behind the computer, man. There's nothing back there.
Gremlins. Are
you looking for the gremlins? Are they back there?
Looking for an off button to try and reset it.
Ah. I don't know if I'd reset right now, man. The way things are going, who knows?
Yes.
Might be back next Thursday. Now, this Friday, the Blitz is going to be live at Ancira Nissan for a big UTSA event. Ancira Nissan, we're going to be out there with a couple of UTSA football stars, including JT Clark. April Ancira and 2-0 Inspired, they have some exclusive UTSA merch that you can go out there and get. And all of the money raised, all the proceeds will benefit UTSA football. It's going to be a very cool deal. Your chance to also win tickets to the Zoo, Fiesta Texas, and the Tobin Center. Plus, the Heisman Trophy is going to be there. So you can take a photo with the actual Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, you got to pose like the Heisman pose.
You can do that. You can stand by it. Sometimes they let you hold it.
Well, I'm going to pose.
You hurt yourself.
I'm going to pose. I'll do a Heisman.
Well, what you're doing right there, that's not really the Heisman. I'm not sure what you're doing there.
I think that's right.
I don't think so.
I'm practicing. I'll have it down by Friday.
You're going to do the old pledge or pose in the mirror while you're practicing?
I might. Yeah. I might do it.
Yeah. You want to see the Heisman. You want to meet some UTSA players. You want to support UTSA football. Be at Ancira Nissan on I-10 between Wurzbach and Huebner this Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. 2 games in the NFL last night, 2 Monday night games, and kind of like last week, one good game and another one that filled space. We'll talk about it coming up here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, the Cowboys injury situation will get you updated for a Sunday night kickoff.
And Major League Baseball playoffs are underway. How'd the Stros look? It's a hump day on the Morning Huddle. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hey Roadrunner fans, this is April Ancira, VP of Ancira Auto Group, inviting you to join me and the Blitz with 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star at Ancira Nissan on Friday, October 4th from 4 to 6 p.m. We will have a meet and greet with star players JT Clark and Jamal Ligon, a giveaway for tickets to the San Antonio Zoo, Fiesta Texas, and shows at the Tobin. But most exciting is exclusive UTSA merch we are selling to benefit UTSA football. See you October 4th. Birds up.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
This Sunday, come cheer on the Cowboys at Twin Peaks Westover Hills. We'll be giving away an epic Cowboys jersey just for catching the game at Twin Peaks on game day. Ask your Twin Peaks server for more. So come and hang out with us and the lovely ladies at Twin Peaks this Sunday, starting at 5. Grab the best seat in the house and a frosty 29-degree beer, and be sure to catch the Cowboys dominating the Steelers. Again, that's this Sunday, starting at 5 at the Twin Peaks Westover Hills location at 151 and Loop 410.
Football is back, and what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you've got high blood pressure, there's a 50-50 chance you're a walking time bomb. Thankfully, you can take control of your blood pressure with a drink called 120 Life. 120 Life is formulated with ingredients that have all been shown to help naturally lower blood pressure. Go to 120life.com. Use the code JUICE for 15% off. We'll refund your money if you're not fully satisfied. Go to 120life.com. There's nothing to lose. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What's that?
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home of the NFL. Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night football. Presented locally by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, along with Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix.
Howdy.
3-0. Tigers leading the Astros. Astros have 2 on, but now 2 out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little slow beginning for the Astros. That was a nasty pitch, though, that struck him out. But yeah, they've kind of stopped the bleeding. The Tigers picked up 3 in the top half of the second, and we're in the bottom of the fourth, so Framber may be finding his groove.
Yeah, we'll see. It just would be nice to see the Astros not leave so many men on base. Still early, like we saw yesterday. 8th inning, 3-0, no big deal. Of course, that was the Mets. We've seen a lot of wild comebacks. Hell, I thought we might see one last night on the better of the 2 Monday night games. Statistically, Seattle played an incredible game last night, yet they still lost because the Lions were better. They ran the ball, and they threw the ball damn near perfect.
No, it was perfect.
I saw a deal.
Damn near perfect. It was perfect.
Well, I don't the quarterback rating thing of 158, whatever. Jared Goff did not have a perfect quarterback rating, even though he was 18 of 18 last night. I'm not sure how that works, but Jared Goff was so good last night, he didn't even get a game ball from his head coach.
You just start lining them up and knocking the next one off. That's what you do. It's a good win, gentlemen. All right, I got 3 game balls. Ben Johnson, let's go, man. I'm going to pray to God that this player played an outstanding game start to finish because I'm about to give him this game ball. Okay? I saw a couple of blocks that were outstanding, man, throwing his body. And then when they cover zero our ass, 70-yard touchdown right through the defense.
Yes,
J-Mo!
What's up, man? We good. Days off, we come back, we gonna get on Dallas, man. Let's go.
I already mentioned it, man. You talk about finishing the game, man. We don't have to deal with anything else. Onside kick, going back on the field. Kirby, that's a hell of a
I just want to thank God, bro, and I love y'all boys. I cannot do this without y'all, man.
We'll see you tomorrow. Break it down. Break it down.
Y'all three, 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. He left somebody out, didn't he?
Well, and he didn't. Obviously, some of that's the emotion of the game. You're talking to your team. You're celebrating. Then you go to the podium, and a reporter said, Jared Goff went 18 for 18.
Yeah, well, I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18. But I knew he played really well. You could feel it.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sure he did feel pretty bad, but I haven't heard from Jared Goff. I'm sure he didn't give a damn.
I'm sure he'll end up with a game ball.
I would imagine so.
He got a 42-29 win over the previously unbeaten Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, the Seahawks moved the football a ton.
They just got another first down.
Yeah, they were all over the place, and but Detroit's offense. If there's a weakness to that Detroit team, it appears, at least against better teams, that that defense could have some issues.
Well, it'll get better against Dallas in a couple of weeks, and
yeah,
I've got tickets for that game. And after watching that Lions run game last night, I'm preparing for a long afternoon at Jerry World.
Not to mention the fact, I didn't realize it till Dan Campbell said it, the Lions are off this weekend.
Yeah.
So they're coming in fresh.
2 weeks for Dan Skipper to report. And he will continue to report. Another team going into the bye week is the Eagles. Mm-hmm. And it's been a rough start for the Philadelphia Eagles. They're 2-2. You go back and you think about last year, the way things finished, and you think it's bad here when things aren't going well for Dallas. Philly, they want everybody fired. And on NBC Philly, their social media account, you think Dak takes a lot of crap? It's not just Dak Prescott. You just go read the comments about their $250 million quarterback in Jalen Hurts. Jalen's saying, Dak here, hold my beer. But they've got bigger issues in Philly. In fact, going into the bye week, Jalen Hurts was asked about trying to get on the same page with his head coach.
Jalen, you and Nick are obviously big voices on the team as the head coach and the quarterback. As you enter the bye and you want to find an identity, do you two talk about maybe, what you want the message to be to the team, or how you kind of want to handle, as you guys go into the second part of the year?
We have our moments.
We have our moments.
Well, what does that mean?
That means they don't like each other very much. That's what it means. I don't think anybody likes Nick Sirianni. I'm trying to find somebody that does.
Mrs. Sirianni?
Maybe.
All right.
She probably doesn't like him.
Well, I don't know about that.
Does your wife like you?
I hope.
I don't know, and I'm surprised. I've heard it all over the national media today that people in Philly, sports talk radio in Philadelphia, is just hammering Nick Sirianni, and they want him fired.
It is interesting. And yes, in Philly, you think about life in Philadelphia. They had a coach win a Super Bowl, get fired 2 years later, right? The fact that, really since Andy Reid, it's been a revolving door of coaches there.
It has.
Yet Sirianni took a team to a Super Bowl. They lost, but he took a team there. Peterson won a Super Bowl, and he got fired. But I'll tell you, if you go to not that anybody feels bad for Dak Prescott, but you think Dak gets it, it's not just Dak Prescott. Go read the comments on the NBC Philly Instagram page.
Let's hear some of them.
Oh, well, let's see. let's say every week, stop talking, walk it. You should be way better than what you're showing us. You're killing us. Figure that poop emoji out. Lori should have just ripped the Band-Aid off and fired Nick last year.
I agree with that.
He's not good enough. Needs to be benched. Sirianni needs to be fired. His game-time decisions are absolutely offense, blah, blah, blah. It's clear the locker room is broken. Nick and Jalen, get them out of Philadelphia. Nick can't catch, and Jalen can't make good decisions or read defenses. $250 million, and he makes me sick. If I read those without telling you it's Jalen Hurts, you'd have thought we were talking about Dak Prescott.
Well, I mean, have Dak go play in Philly for a while if he thinks he's got it bad in Dallas.
Honestly, I think all of these guys have the right demeanor to handle it. And honestly, I would imagine you're probably seeing similar comments with Trevor Lawrence down in Jacksonville.
Oh, absolutely. And you should.
And you probably did for Tua, and now those same fans that thought, man, you need to stop playing football for life, just for your family, are like, dude, get back healthy. I'll get you some Advil. Get back here because life without you, Tua, sucks.
Well, it does, and what are they going to do? And that's the thing, and rumors are already flying about Tyreek Hill, about Devontae Adams, because, look, Kansas City is in need of a wide receiver. Because it looks like Rashid Rice, I haven't seen anything official yet, but he looks like he's going to be done for the year.
Yeah, Rice is done for the year. And a good front office like what they have in Kansas City, you figure they'll be able to make a trade. I don't know if they go get Tyreek back. I don't know if they get Adams out of Las Vegas. I'll tell you the sneaky good deal out there is Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper had most of his salary converted into a bonus that's been paid. He's like $1.2 million, $1.5 million, something like that. Very easy contract to absorb. You wonder if Jerry Jones could get over the personal, the whole COVID thing and be like, help my team. I don't care if Jerry likes Amari Cooper. If you can't be mad, does it help your football team? But that is one that you figure you could go get. I don't know that the Cowboys could go get an Adams. I don't know that they could go get a Tyreek Hill just because of their salaries and with what they've already done. But you can go get Amari Cooper and bring him back.
Well, you could do that if we're talking about Dallas, but we're talking about Kansas City, who is going to go get somebody.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. They're going to go get somebody. So whether it's Cooper or Hill or Devontae Adams or whomever, I even heard Christian Kirk's name bantied about now with the guy with Jacksonville. So they kind of started this whole wide receiver payday.
Yeah, changed the market.
Sure
of all
did.
people, the former Aggie. So you look at it, and again, you get Jerry Jones saying, I don't know what we can do. And you're going to see other teams go out and make moves because they know they're legit Super Bowl contenders. You look at Kansas City, they know, man, they have lost 2 receivers, Hollywood Brown and now Rashid Rice. They're already without Isaiah Pacheco for the short term. Yet they're still winning games, but they know they can't. That's not sustainable. I fully expect Kansas City, a well-run organization, to go out there and make a move.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I mean, yeah, they've got to, and they will. It's so early. We're talking about some of these teams like make or break now, and we're only 4 games in. But Kansas City is one of those teams that has survived thus far, 4-0, and they're going to go out and get better, and that's a scary prospect. They already got themselves their running back in Kareem Hunt.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to be the starter this week, in fact. And so, they have a need. They go get it.
Yeah, if you're a Chiefs fan, you've got all the confidence that they'll figure things out. Cowboy fan says, oh, boy. Here we go.
Oh, we got some young guys that we've been grooming. We've been coaching them up, and now it's their time to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Justin Fields, by the way, is preparing to start against the Cowboys. I saw that earlier.
Well,
which doesn't. There was no. That was an Adam Schefter tweet.
I was hoping for Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I know everybody was.
Sunday Night Football. And really, does it matter? It's can somebody block T.J. Watt on the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah.
That's going to be the question. Can somebody stop that Pittsburgh pass rush from killing Dak Prescott?
Which seems to be that you might want to try and run the football. But Jerry said they're going to be shorthanded this week at the running back position.
Is that a short joke for Deuce Vaughn?
Well, yeah, it sure is. Daddy.
We've got some movement in college realignment yet again. The Mountain West is growing. So is Pac-12 in basketball. Doesn't help their FBS situation.
Not at all.
Does that mean something could be still brewing in San Marcos for Texas State? We'll talk about it coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. If you need caps done, Sam has over 25,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom just waiting for your logo. And he's got all the popular cap brands like the Richardson 112 style trucker caps, Katie caps, Nike, Cap America, to name a few. If you need t-shirts, screen printed, go see Sam. If you need uniforms, man, Sam has over 700 uniform lines to choose from, all kinds of industries. You just need your logo on a nice golf shirt, a dress shirt, a fishing shirt. Sam has all the big name brands like North Face, Eddie Bauer, Nike, Travis Matthew, Port Authority, to name a few. Nobody has better prices, and Sammy is the only company in Texas that offers one-day turnaround. Call Sammy's Embroidery and Printing, 210-824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom down on San Pedro, 1 mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com, for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
Taking you home with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com. South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Sunday night at 7:20. The Cowboys are in the Steel City taking on Pittsburgh.
I like this kind of party.
Pre-game starts at 6. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and Ewald Kubota.
You asked for it, you got it. How about them Cowboys?
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Working from home, you realize you don't have enough outlets or USB ports. Hill Electric can fix that for you. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. From adding an outlet, fixing that fuse that always blows, or that flickering light, Hill Electric has the right service at the right price, and there is never a service charge and always free estimates. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or go to hill-electric.com.
When you are just craving something salty and packs a crunch, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds is your crunch time decision. Game day just got a whole lot crunchier thanks to the powerhouse snack, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. We're talking about crispy, golden bites of pure awesomeness. Pork rinds are your MVP snack. And get this, they're low carb and high in protein, so you can keep the energy high without the guilt. Don't settle for ordinary on game day. Grab yourself a bag of Southern Recipe Pork Rinds at H-E-B today.
Flight by Yuengling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yuengling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yuengling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yuengling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
San Antonio Sports Stars 50K Pro Football Pick'em giveaway is back. Head to sasportstar.com and pick the winners of each pro football game every week to earn points for each correct pick. Highest points each week wins a $25 gift card to Mellow Mushroom. Highest points overall scores $1,000 worth of tickets from A Awesome Tickets. Pick the winning ticket of every regular season game. Win the grand prize, $50,000. This is an Audience National contest across multiple markets. The 50K Pro Football Giveaway. Register and win at sasportstar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Get you caught up on the playoff baseball happening in Houston right now. They're just going to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It is the Tigers leading the Astros by a score of 3-0. Texas Longhorns reportedly will turn back to starting quarterback Quinn Ewers against Oklahoma on October 12th, barring any setbacks in his recovery. And Gonzaga announced they're leaving the West Coast Conference to become the 8th member of the Pac-12. We're talking about it on the Blitz next.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star on YouTube. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. You can watch us there. Comment as well. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. 3-0, huh?
3-0. Just gone to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Framber Valdez has been yanked.
Postseason form Framber.
There's a lot of time left.
Lots.
Plenty.
Lots.
You wore your Astro shirt and all.
I did.
How nice.
Dude, it's October 1st, man. It's playoff
sweet.
baseball.
Yeah. Sure is.
Yeah. Where's your Cardinal shirt?
It's in my closet.
For the rest of the winter, huh?
It is. Yes, it is. Sure is.
Good. It's an ugly shirt. Anyway.
I have to accept that, and I take that. That's fine. I wish I was watching Cardinal baseball today, but we're not.
We're not. Watching Astros baseball.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve at the plate.
Uh-huh.
And out. Easy pump up.
They must not have the trash cans out yet, huh?
Oh, shut up.
I'm just asking. No.
That's so 2017.
They're not out yet? Did he save that for the
Stop.
Championship round?
Let's do the headline blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
So, Gonzaga going to the Pac-12. In all the sports that it plays, Gonzaga does not play the most important sport when it comes to all this TV revenue. Now, it's big for basketball.
Yeah, it is.
That's huge for basketball. There is no team that is better at disappointing in the tournament than Gonzaga.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Because everybody picks them every year, and every year they don't do it. But I guess that's good for the Pac-12. They get a big-name school, basketball-wise, to head there.
It is. And again, you could almost see kind of like when the Big 12 was looking at UConn for basketball reasons, but it's about football. Now, there's still a lot of rumors involving Texas State and what the Bobcats are going to do. Mountain West today did officially add UTEP, and that actually seems to fit. UTEP, they get Texas, and they're in the Mountain Time Zone. That's great for UTEP, probably great for the Mountain West. They got their 8 to be an FBS conference. I guess they could still add a Texas State because there was a lot of talk that Texas State made more sense for the Mountain West than the Pac-12. But does this mean Texas State is now more in play for the Pac-12 while they added Gonzaga? That's not a football school. They still need another football school. So could it be the Texas State Bobcats?
I just think it depends on the money and what they're going to do TV-wise and all of that stuff. It's the same argument that we've been talking about, and the reason that Memphis and all the schools from the American didn't go to the Pac-12. So, look, I think if you're Texas State, you have your choice now of a few options. And if the Mountain West adds Texas State, they logically are going to have to add somebody else as well.
Well, I mean, you could have an uneven number.
Well, you could.
But when I look at the financial implications for Texas State are so different than UTSA, because UTSA is already part of a conference with a decent TV contract that could be better, but they couldn't get straight answers out of the Pac-12.
Mm-hmm.
Texas State isn't in that same boat. Anything is going to be better than what they currently have now.
Yeah,
whether it be the Pac-12 or the offer from the Mountain West. So I don't think you can say for the same reasons UTSA didn't take it, Texas State shouldn't take it for those same reasons, because Texas State, either way, it's going to be more money than what they are currently getting.
If the Pac-12 ponies up. I'm not sure the Pac-12 is telling the absolute truth to any of these schools, to be honest with you. I don't see it. I don't think they have anything. It's kind of like a guy saying, you invest $1 million, I'm going to return $5 million in 3 months.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that's what the Pac-12 is doing. They're just spinning a line right now, hoping that they can get something and hoping that somebody will be on board. And I think if you're Texas State, you got to be leery of that. You have to be. Why not bide your time? I'd rather go to the Mountain West, to be totally honest with you. Or are they talking to the American? Or is the American thinking about expanding? You get in that conference, which to me right now is the best non-power conference in the country.
When it all shakes out, I think you're going to be accurate with that. Had the Pac-12 been able to get all the people they were targeting, then it would have been the Pac-12.
Sure.
But because the American stayed together, they could add. I don't know if it would be a Texas State. I don't know how that benefits the conference because they've already got the San Antonio market. I don't know that the Pac-12 will get some sort of TV deal. Will it be as lucrative as what we were hearing? But it's still going to be better than what is currently in place for Texas State being in the Sun Belt. So I don't know that the Pac-12 would be a bad move for those guys. And I think it would be a great move for the Pac-12 because they still want to be in Texas. They still want to have games in time zones that aren't all Pacific time zones. And being able to recruit in Texas is huge.
Well, just be careful, Texas State. I wouldn't buy their line until I get some evidence. I don't trust the Pac-12, and that Memphis didn't trust the Pac-12. They didn't come up with what they promised.
Well, it's a bad because they're selling a vision. Much like Larry Coker and Lynn Hickey did years ago with UTSA football. They were selling a vision. Now,
you're talking about a conference. It's a hell of a lot different than starting a new program from the ground up.
But the conference has to have, to get all those teams from the Mountain West to jump, they have to have some frameworks of a plan from a TV deal to get those schools to to agree to it. Now, part of that is, well, you've got to get this, and they've probably got some benchmarks that they have to hit to get all the numbers that we've been hearing. There's no way they're going to get the top end of those numbers now because they didn't get a Memphis and a Tulane and a UTSA and a South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But for Texas State, it's still going to be a major jump from the Sun Belt. So but yeah, you're right. Until the TV deal is officially done, we don't know. But I got to believe they've got more information on that than we do when they're trying to sell. But there is a reason Don Coryell, the athletic director at Texas State, and their school president haven't acted. We've been hearing their name rumored for about 10, 12 days now.
Absolutely. And again, I just if it benefits them and it turns out to be a good deal, so be it, and I'll be happy for them. But I'm just saying, be careful and be wary of it, because obviously there's not a deal that is cemented in place as we speak right now, or it certainly doesn't appear to be that way. And Memphis, Tulane, they didn't bite, so it's a little shady right now.
Speaking of shady, remember that Jaguar employee, ex-Jaguars, Jacksonville Jaguars employee, some dude named Amit Patel?
Uh-huh.
He is now suing FanDuel for $250 million. Now, this is a guy that stole like $22 million from the Jaguars.
Pay his gambling debts.
Yes. He blames FanDuel because they called him too much.
Well, okay. So you can't say that. They must have been really convincing. If you just place this bet today, you're going to win. I mean, please.
His casino host, according to him, was calling him 100 times a day.
I can't believe that.
His casino host gave him a private phone because the FanDuel phone, he would have got in trouble for calling a client that often.
Well, if you're spending $22 million at FanDuel, you probably have your own host, I would imagine.
Well, they took him on trips, took him to some nice
I'm sure they
events.
did. I'm sure.
Yeah.
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 That's like blaming Jack Daniels for you being an alcoholic.
Uh-huh. It's FanDuel's fault.
I mean, yeah, that's ridiculous.
FanDuel's not commenting.
No, I'm sure they're not. And I'm sure that's not going to fly with a judge either.
Probably not. But it's out there.
Uh-huh.
So are the internet detectives. and again, on social media, Twitter went away from you being able to see who likes what, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instagram has it. And Antonio Pierce liked a post about Davante Adams' potential departure.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, it obviously means Davante Adams is on his way out.
Oh.
That's obviously what that means.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what Antonio Pierce is doing liking that particular tweet, but he has his reasons, I suppose.
I like a lot of tweets as show prep, so I see a tweet, I like it, so I can go back later and reread that tweet, article, whatever it might be. Is it possible that he liked it so it's in his history so he can go back and show it to somebody at the office or Davante? Or
could be.
There could be a simple reason that he liked the tweet. Maybe he thought it was funny.
Internet sleuths.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they catch him red-handed. Dun, 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 dun.
Red-handed.
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 Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Hand in the cookie jar.
Oh, he was liking a tweet.
Liking a tweet.
An Instagram post.
But then again, it would not surprise me if Davante Adams in fact, there's a report on ProFootballTalk.com right now that has a report that the Raiders are fielding interest in their wide receiver.
What does that mean? Taking calls?
I suppose, yeah. What are you going to – hey,
he's for sale.
We got him. What are you going to give him for us?
Yep.
And if we don't like it, well, we won't trade him.
Mm-hmm.
But if you come up with something, we might.
We might.
Yeah.
Now that Pete Rose has passed away, should Major League Baseball lift the lifetime ban and allow him into the Hall of Fame? Let's get into that coming up here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy goes one-on-one and has some fun with the Morning Huddles, AJ and Rob, Friday mornings.
Now, you don't got a contract. You got nothing to lose. Is a 70-yard field goal in the offing soon? Will we see that this year?
Well, it depends on the win this week.
Mike McCarthy's unfiltered look at the Cowboys' upcoming game. Friday mornings at 6:45 and 9. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Real estate is out of control. Between guaranteed offer programs and new laws about agent commissions, it's gotten so confusing. Know what's not confusing? Paying someone a low, flat fee to sell your house. And that's where Listing Spark comes in. Listing Spark is Texas' flat fee real estate company. Flat fee selling is sweeping the nation because it's faster and it keeps more money in your pocket. In fact, professional real estate investors have known about it for years. With Listing Spark, you don't have to pay hefty agent commissions, and you don't have to leave money on the table. If you have a house worth $400,000, you actually sell it for $400,000 without paying $24,000 in agent commissions. And get this, if you get started today with Listing Spark, you can list with a local brokerage for as low as $395. Contact Listing Spark today to find out how much your home is worth for free. See, it's simple. Call 800-MLS-LIST or go to listingspark.com. That's listingspark.com. Listing Spark. Thousands of Texan homeowners agree. Selling's better with a low flat fee.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train. How about them Cowboys? Jim Beam bringing fans together across Cowboys country. We rise as one in Texas in handed down silver and blue jerseys. We come together for America's team every time they take the field. So let's share a round of Jim Beam highballs on game day in Cowboys country. 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2024 James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home for Texas A&M football. Saturday morning at 11, the Aggies take on the Missouri Tigers, presented by Ewald Kubota and the Angry Elephant. Pre-game coverage begins at 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Detroit continues to lead Houston now 3-0. Still 3-0 is the score.
Bottom half of the sixth inning right now is where we go. So, running out of time, Jason.
Running out of time. It happens.
It's just one game, right?
They're still
not
a
must win.
Plenty of time,
of course.
Hey, we got a pair of tickets to give away right now. Win a pair of tickets before you can buy them to see Gary Clark Jr. Friday, February 28th at the Aztec Theater. Tickets go on sale this Friday morning at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. But you can win a pair of tickets right now if you're caller number 9 at 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776. Win them before you can buy them. Gary Clark Jr. at the Aztec Theater, February 28th. If you don't win them, they go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Caller 9-210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
And just a quick breaking news. We were talking about Davante Adams, and Mike Garafolo is reporting that Adams has requested a trade. He would prefer to be traded, and he's told the Raiders that, according to Mike Garafolo.
Not a shocker, and I don't want to say you feel bad for Davante Adams.
No, I don't feel bad for Davante
But Davante Adams left Green Bay to go to Las Vegas to play with his college quarterback in Derek Carr, his buddy, and was sold that, hey, you're reuniting with, and then they got rid of Derek Carr.
Well, it's football.
It is football.
It happens.
It's a business.
So could now Davante be reunited with Aaron Rodgers in New York?
They could use him.
It's possible, right?
But Kansas City needs a receiver.
Kansas City does.
And if you're Davante Adams, wouldn't you love to go play with a guy like Patrick Mahomes and all the weapons they have there?
Yes. I would. Best quarterback in the league. I don't think there's no debate there. And, yeah, I think if you're a Davante Adams, that's exactly where you'd want to go. I don't know where else, what are the other options. I can't see a Cowboys team pulling off some sort of a trade like that for a Davante Adams.
Cowboys can't afford him.
Right, they can't.
The contract is too big. I mean, they could have afforded Derrick Henry. I don't think they would make a trade there. The move that I'd like to see the Cowboys make for a quality wide receiver, too, is Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Because they can afford that.
Yeah, that they can. But will they do that?
Will they give up more than a fifth for it?
Well, who knows? With the Cowboys, all bets are off. But if it's going to be interesting to see if the Raiders find a partner to trade for Davante Adams. And after 4 games in the season, the Raiders already saying, hey, we're done. That's it. I mean, I can't imagine that through 4 games that they're done already.
Well, I mean, how much of this is we can't win with this guy in the locker room? I mean,
and that could be it, too.
The Raiders are 2-2. So are they done? I mean, they do have Kansas City in the division.
Well, they do.
And so they're not going to win the division. Are they going to be, a wild card team? I mean, hell, they were already talking about changing quarterbacks a week ago, although they did stick with Gardner Minshew. But when you look at Pittsburgh and Baltimore, and I think most of us feel like Cincinnati will figure it out and get back into the mix. So if that were to happen, then the chances of them being a playoff team aren't there. So do you just get what you can for Davante Adams and move on?
Yeah, I don't know. But at 2-2, are you ready to throw in the towel now? I mean, you're 2-2. The Cincinnati Bengals are 1-3.
I think it really depends on what the deal is you get for Davante Adams. I mean,
yes.
if he has requested a trade and there's already trade rumors out there, then I think you do explore that, and
I think you explore it for sure and see what you could get. And if somebody's going to offer you something that's going to blow you away, for sure, yeah. But at 2-2, you can't say. I mean, I can't imagine any coach or any GM or anybody saying, "Hey, we're 2-2, our season's over, so let's just get rid of everybody." I don't care what you look like at this point in time. I think you still have to believe that you can do something. 2-2 is not too bad.
No.
Is it, Cowboy fan?
Well, no, 2-2 is bad. 2-2 is bad.
It is, huh? So the Cowboy season is over. That's what you're telling me?
No, I'm looking at the division.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I'm looking at the division, and if in the overall conference and your future, that's kind of what it looks like. I don't know. We'll ask Indy Kalu about that in about 10 minutes when he joins us.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're on a not so great football team and a player wanting a trade, what it's like in that locker room. Again, Indy Kalu joins us in about 10 minutes from right now. Yesterday we all got the news. Yesterday it's been a weird couple of days.
It has.
With deaths. I thought they all went in threes, but we've certainly exceeded that. The same day that Dikembe Mutombo passes away at 58 from brain cancer, you also learned last night Pete Rose, at the age of 83, was found in his Las Vegas home. And it immediately starts the debate about the Hall of Fame. The fact is, he wanted to be in the Hall of Fame like nobody's business, and he'll never see that day. He died not being a Hall of Famer. He served his lifetime ban. With that, does Major League Baseball now relax the rule a little bit and allow him, after death, to go into the Hall of Fame?
Well, I mean, it sounds to me like that lifetime ban has been fulfilled. His lifetime is over.
It is, but, and again, it feels shallow. I've seen the word cowardly thrown around and letting him in now after death. But you cannot tell the story of baseball without Pete Rose on a variety of levels, and all of it needs to be on the plaque. You would and I've said the same thing about all the steroid era guys. Put them in. They were accused or they admitted, whatever the case is. But he broke the one cardinal sin that you cannot break in baseball, and that is betting on the game.
The thing that I never understood, and please help me to understand this, if anybody can, what he did on the field of play, he didn't gamble until he was not a player anymore.
Correct.
He was a manager, yes.
And he wouldn't go into the Hall of Fame as a manager.
He wouldn't go in the Hall. So what he did on the field is what should be honored in the Hall of Fame. He didn't gamble as a player. He gambled at least he didn't get caught.
Yeah, that we know of.
So as a manager, he did. So, I mean, there's got to be something there. Now, punishment for sure. I get that. But as a player and the stats that he put up, that deserves to have a plaque and a place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
I didn't know this, having never been to Cooperstown. And maybe I did know it, but I don't know. Just hearing Bob Costas this morning, there is stuff about Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
he
yeah.
is just not a Hall of Famer.
All right.
And so he's not honored with a plaque. He cannot call himself a Hall of Famer, but there is some sort of apparently a display there. I heard Bob Costas talking about this morning with Greeny. Does that cover it?
No.
So, again, you're a Hall of Famer, and I know at least with the Pro Football Hall of Fame, when we talk to John McClain and Shereen Williams all the time, personal stuff, and it's all about it doesn't matter. It's all about what happens between the white lines. It's not the Boy Scout Hall of Fame. There's a lot of people that you wouldn't classify as good people that are Hall of Famers. And with Pete Rose, I mean, his history, and it's a complicated legacy, is the way Greeny described it this morning, and that is a perfect way to describe it, because his life was rather interesting. But as a player, he was a Hall of Famer, is a Hall of Famer. You know how you always say, you look at somebody and say a Hall of Famer, if you got to think, then maybe not. With Pete Rose, he's a Hall of Famer.
Now, you don't even have to think about it. No, he's in there. That's for sure. And so that's how you got to differentiate. Obviously, Major League Baseball made the decision. It didn't matter when he gambled. And so that was it, and it didn't make any difference. Now, I just think you're cheating baseball fans of the future generations if Pete Rose is not a Hall of Famer and in the Hall of Fame, and you take your kid or your son, your daughter to the Hall of Fame, and you want to tell them, look, this guy, he did something he shouldn't have done, but man, before that, what he did on the field was just super spectacular, and that's why he's in the Hall of Fame. And I just think that he deserves to be in there. Should have been in there before he passed away, but he certainly, and maybe it is a little bit cowardly if they do it now. I'll give you that, but he should be in the Hall of Fame as a player and what he did as a player.
That's fair, and can't have the conversation about bringing up Shoeless Joe Jackson still not in the Hall of Fame.
Right, him too, right? Yeah.
And so there is precedent. You wonder, Manfred is already, well, not since he passed, but, Manfred, every commissioner has had a chance to change, and none have. And what do we got, 5 more years with Manfred? Will the next guy put him in? It does feel like it lessens it, because Pete Rose doesn't get to live as a Hall of Famer at any point, but he has served his lifetime ban. So, is it a forever ban? Is it everybody's lifetime? Is that what the ban actually is?
Yeah, maybe there's a caveat. Lifetime. By lifetime, we mean everybody on the planet.
Yeah, forever. You'll never be in.
Even those being born right now.
Yeah, your life. Your great-great-grandkids' life. And again, if the Hall of Fame is about the history of the game and a celebration of the fans, the fact that into his 80s, Pete Rose can set up shop in Las Vegas and sign autographs for hours every day, making a boatload of money. Every year in Cooperstown, he's at a memorabilia shop a couple blocks away with a long line, signing autographs and memorabilia. At this point, it would feel shallow. Cowardly is a good word for it, but he deserves his place there.
Well, I totally agree. And just real quick, Claymore on our YouTube page says, what happens to Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa? The difference to me between Pete Rose and those guys is that they use performance-enhancing drugs. Those drugs help them on the playing field. Pete Rose, to our knowledge, did not do that.
No, but I would say, though, baseball has some sort of scandal seemingly every decade. And like those guys, they deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. It should just be a part of their plaque, because the numbers that they put up, and again, you're talking about telling the story and the history of the game. You cannot do that without talking about those guys. Yes, they cheated. Baseball is long known for figuring out ways to get the edge. Right or wrong, it's a part of it. And you talk about those players and the writers that make those votes certainly don't want you looking in their closets. I can promise you that. But again, tell the whole story on their plaque. They were a part of the steroid era of baseball. They were caught. They admitted to it. But these are the numbers, and this is the story, and I'll say the same thing. Do you look at Barry Bonds and say Hall of Famer? Yes. Roger Clemens, Hall of Famer? Yes. McGuire. What McGuire and Sosa did during that home run chase was bring baseball back.
No, they saved baseball.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
And it was incredible. I mean, people are watching every night that don't normally watch baseball. So I do think when you go back to that time, yes, but again, it needs to be included in their plaque. When little kids 50 years from now are reading about it, they get the whole story.
I don't really give a damn about Barry Bonds or Sammy Sosa, but Mark McGuire should be in the Hall of Fame.
Good Lord. Indy Kalu joins us next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Stevens Roofing. They're a Hall of Famer in the roofing business, I can tell you that. I've been talking about Stevens Roofing for a long time now. Family-owned company. They're a local company. And I tell you what, your roof covers everything, right? It probably is one of two of the most important things of your house. Your foundation, one, your roof, two. You need a reliable roofer you can trust. That is Stevens Roofing. And it doesn't matter. Stevens Roofing is a full-service roofing company. They can do anything. A commercial project, you have a building that needs a roof, they can do that. Of course, your house, they can do metal roofs. If you want a metal roof on your house, Stevens Roofing can do that. They're licensed by the city of San Antonio. Estimates are always free when you give them a call at 210-785-0994. And if you're like me and most everybody else these days, you're looking to save a little money. So if you've been thinking about solar panels on your house, well, Stevens Roofing can do that as well. And solar panels are increasingly affordable. They can save you money on your monthly utility bills. They'll often increase the value of your home, and there are options to keep the electricity on even if the grid goes down. Stevens has a team of certified experts who will deliver solar solutions that are tailored to your specific needs. So for roofing or for solar, call the company that's been trusted for decades. Call Stevens Roofing, 210-785-0994. Stevens Roofing has your family covered, so give them a call, 210-785-0994.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, the Cowboys injury situation will get you updated for a Sunday night kickoff.
And Major League Baseball playoffs are underway. How the Stros look? It's a hump day on the Morning Huddle. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It's football season, and you know the best place to watch games is at the Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road, with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. College, pro, the games are on at the Roo. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch the game. Just down from the big blind, the Roo Pub is next to the Angry Elephant at 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
This Sunday, come cheer on the Cowboys at Twin Peaks Westover Hills. We'll be giving away an epic Cowboys jersey just for catching the game at Twin Peaks on game day. Ask your Twin Peaks server for more. So come and hang out with us and the lovely ladies at Twin Peaks this Sunday, starting at 5. Grab the best seat in the house and a frosty 29-degree beer, and be sure to catch the Cowboys dominating the Steelers. Again, that's this Sunday, starting at 5 at the Twin Peaks Westover Hills location at 151 and Loop 410.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
I'm Nicole Chrysler, healthcare provider at Revive Men's Health. If you are always feeling tired or moody, have a difficult time sleeping, or decreased libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health San Antonio at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, sports bettors, Joe Reinigle here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, BetUS.com. You know, football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that is BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season. A huge offer, 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call, 1-800-MY-BetUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match.
See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
What's that? 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home of the NFL. Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night football. Presented locally by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Not sure why James Pledger chose this music to bring on Indy Kalu.
Maybe he's in a mellow mood today.
On the Buyers Barricades guest line.
Wow.
Texans legend. San Antonio Sports Hall of Famer. Non-Jazz fan. Indy Kalu joining us here on the Blitz. Indy, man, how's your Tuesday?
You know, it is good. I woke up. Everybody I love is healthy, so I can't complain. And that's including you two gentlemen.
Glad you said gentlemen.
Yes.
So, Indy, before we get into the Texans, man, what the hell's going on with your Baylor Bears?
Man, you know what makes it so frustrating? The last two games, you could point to 2 or 3 plays if they would have gone the way, if the players would have made the plays. I'm not even going to blame Coach Aranda. You know, we're sitting here with 2 more victories, but it's frustrating. I'm not going to lie to you. It's very frustrating.
Well, that's got to be frustrating. That's okay. You know, good news. We had our golf tournament yesterday in D, and Rice University was represented. Some dude had a Rice hat on. We all wondered why.
Look, is that good news? Because they're actually playing worse than the Baylor Bears. Look, I'll kind of pull back the curtains here. So, you know, I'm a part of a bunch of group chats. You know, former NFL, former Eagles, and then there's a former Rice football group chat. And when I say these guys, if we were all in person, there probably would have been some physical fist fights, because you have a group of the guys who are just upset, saying fire everybody, including the players. Then you have other guys who appear to be making some excuses for the coaches. It's funny how heated some of these text exchanges from all guys, you know, from the Rice Brotherhood, as we call it. But it's funny because as I'm reading them, I'm thinking to myself, if we were all in the same room at a bar somewhere, there would be some fights right now.
I can imagine. Now, this guy playing in our golf tournament was wearing the Rice hat because his daughter is a scholarship volleyball player there at Rice. But I know UTSA has a bye this week, and then they get Rice. And when you're watching UTSA beat the crap out of Rice in 2 weeks, I just want you to visualize your son in that orange and blue when he hits the portal after Aranda gets fired up there in Waco.
You know what's funny about it? Well, it's not funny. I hope that doesn't happen. But my son actually has a bye week, and he'll be with me when I go to the Rice UTSA game. So
we'll nice. I see what's happening here. Yeah. Yeah.
Just for entertainment value.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If we need to put you in touch with anybody, let us know.
Yeah, like Jeff Traylor.
That would be nice. You know what?
April Lanseri and 2-0 inspired.
That would be nice. It'll give me a reason to buy some property in San Antonio.
Yeah, well,
nice.
What's holding you back? You're the real estate king of Houston, and land is cheaper here, and it's better than Houston because it's not Houston.
Well, I wouldn't want to be an absentee owner. So at least in Waco, I'm driving up there, a couple of times a week. Then obviously in Houston, it goes without saying that I can touch every property if something happens. So that's the only reason. That's the only reason.
Dude,
But
you have
if
so
I
much
know
property
somebody-
in Houston, you probably don't even know where it's all at.
I know where it's all at. Now, I'll say this. Thank God I've had some great tenants where I forget that we own that property because we haven't had any issues until I see the statement, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we do own that property. And that's a testament to the tenants because it's like the 80-20 rule. You have about 20% of your problem tenants, so you know those addresses too well, but you have about 80% that are so good they take care of the minor issues. You forget that you own those properties until the checks come in.
Well, that's always nice, though, to see that check. And that's a good way to remember that you own that. So I like that. Mailbox money is good money.
It's very good money.
Mm-hmm. He's got one of them big old super mailboxes,
Yeah,
man. I'm telling you, the man owns half of Houston.
Nice.
And
I didn't say it was big. I just said it was good. Look, I told my wife that on our honeymoon also, but it's good because you don't have too much effort and it just comes in.
It's a fighter.
Indy Kalu joining us here on the Blitz.
Hey, how about those Houston Texans, huh?
How about those?
Again,
They're good and big.
Not pretty, but it got the job done on Sunday against Jacksonville.
No, you know what? It wasn't pretty. And the cool thing is, in just a year and a half, with the way DeMarcus and the ownership has changed the culture there, 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, you'll take any kind of win, any kind of way you can. But now you're to the point with the Houston Texans because they've raised the bar so high that beating Jacksonville 24-20, going up into the AFC South Division, being in the lead all by yourself, and it's still not good enough because the Texans have set the bar that high. So that's a pretty cool change in culture when you talk about the Houston Texans in less than 18 months.
It is kind of crazy. And when I'm watching the game on Sunday, they don't have that look yet. Early in the year, the high expectations, and how you see a team and you go, well, they're a playoff team, or that's a real contender. I'm not seeing that right now from the Houston Texans. Is that something that they can get to, or is it just early in the season they hit some sort of kind of mid-season lull a little bit early?
No, that's a fair point, and I do believe that's something they can get to. And as much as I hate to admit it, obviously being a Houston Texans fan and ambassador and, being close to the team, even though they're 3-1 and they're at the top of the AFC South, I couldn't sit up here and say, oh, yeah, this team for sure is going to win the division and they're going straight to the playoffs and they're going to get further in the playoffs than they got last year because of the way they've looked. But what I like about it is the fact that they haven't looked great. They haven't looked like how we expected them to look, but they've still put themselves in a position to be sitting at 3-1 with the expectation that they have to play better. I mean, look, they're playing the Buffalo Bills. I know the Buffalo Bills didn't look great last week, but the Buffalo Bills, in my opinion, that's still a good team. I still think they're the best team in their division in the AFC East. So the Texans don't have much time to right the ship because they have some pretty good players and pretty good teams, I should say, coming into town.
Well, Indy, that's going to be a big test. There's no question about that. Now, Laramie Tunsil needs to reduce his penalties a little bit, and I guess an announcer called him out during the game the other day because he was wearing red gloves, and so it's easy to spot those holding penalties.
Ooh, you know what? I've never thought about the color of your gloves, especially if you know that you're going to hold, but it is time for Laramie Tunsil, being the best offensive lineman by far, on the offensive line. There's certain things that he's just going to have to clean up, and you hope that it means enough to him to where it's not about what's the coaching staff going to do throughout the week so he cuts down on the penalties. I hope that he's the type of pro that has enough pride in his game where he says, you know what, I'm not working on my set this week. I'm not working on my run block. I'm just working on playing disciplined ball, because it's not like back in the day where DeMarcus Ryans could say, you know what, for every penalty at practice, you have to run 2 laps. Unfortunately, the players today just aren't going for that. They're going to be like, yeah, right, go ahead and find me. So you hope that some of these ultra talented pros like Laramie Tunsil will take pride and will be bothered, and they'll look at the man in the mirror and say, I got to figure out something to fix this.
Indy Kalu joining us here on the Blitz. I want to touch on that. Have you ever heard that before? So basically during the broadcast after, I don't know, the 84th holding penalty, or at least it felt that way with Tunsil, it was brought up, you're playing a guy that has a white jersey on and you put those red gloves, and he's the only offensive lineman with red gloves, and it just makes it very easy for the officials to see it. Then the announcer said, it's like the red Ferrari getting a speeding ticket. And, you start thinking about that and you wonder, yeah, why don't they, like every week, what color jersey are they wearing? That gets announced. I'm wearing gloves the same color as that jersey. It's like, back in high school, all the wishbone type teams would wear like a maroon uniform or brown because it kind of looks like the football. You kind of hide it a little bit. Why don't teams pay more attention to that, or should they?
I've never thought of that, but when I think of a holding call, and maybe I'm getting too technical, I'm thinking because your hands aren't in the right place. They're outside of the numbers. In extreme cases, they're outside of the shoulder pads. And I just don't know if it matters what color gloves you're wearing. Believe it or not, in a day and time when everyone complains about the refs, when I look at an entire game, I'm actually pretty impressed with what the refs catch, what they don't catch. And again, I'll admit I might be giving them too much credit, but it's hard for me to think that if you hold with white gloves and your opponent has on a white jersey and you hold in the same manner as if you had red gloves on, you're somehow going to hide it. I'm not buying that just yet.
Interesting, because I don't know, it makes some sense, I guess. And you kind of see him grab that jersey, but you're the expert. I got to ask you this question, Indy, because I've heard this. Nico Collins has obviously become the favorite target of one C.J. Stroud, or at least it seems that way. Is Nico the beneficiary of Stephon Diggs, or is Nico just that good?
No, I think Nico's just that good, and he's coming into his own. And the only reason I say that is because he did it last year. He had his breakout season last year without Stephon Diggs, and I had a chance to talk to him during the preseason, and I was just so impressed with his approach, even after getting that, historic contract that he received. He was telling me about the little things that he wants to work on. And one of the things he told me, because I asked him, like, hey, what are you going to work on at practice today? He said, I'm going to work on running crisp routes when I'm tired and I know the ball's not coming to me. Like that attention to detail, and the fact that he really wanted to run good routes on plays that he knows he's not getting the ball. I was like, yeah, that's a different mentality from a wide receiver, and I love it. So with his success, does it help? I mean, to have a Hall of Fame type of talent on the other side of you, absolutely. But I don't think it's fair to Nico Collins to say this is because Stephon Diggs is on the team when he started this trend last season.
Indy Kalu joining us here on the Blitz. I want to go back to your Eagles group text. How many Fire Sirianni texts go through from the former Eagle players that you're group texting?
You know what? I will say this. They were upset when he was first hired because of the story of how he was hired. I don't know if any of y'all heard about it or if I'm misquoting it, but apparently he was on vacation. He wasn't even expecting to get an interview, so he didn't have a suit. So the team went out of their way, and they all dressed down during the interview. So a lot of people were like, hold on, like, why was he given that opportunity? But then with the success they had early on, former players are just like the bandwagon fans that we talk about Dallas Cowboys, that we read about it. Like, as soon as a coach or player's playing well, we're all, oh, man, he's awesome. But they haven't called for his job yet, but there will be some explicit texts that are coming in, especially when he's making, questionable calls.
Well, that brings up an interesting point, because I've heard a lot of apparently sports talk radio, and you could probably speak to this, in Philadelphia is brutal. And apparently all of them up there are screaming for this guy's head. The Eagles have a bye week this week. Do you think something happens?
Ooh, yeah. First of all, you're dead on. That the media in Philly is brutal. It's almost like they take pride in being a-hole, but it gives you tough skin. I don't think, and I don't even know if it's fair to make a move this season. I think he's done enough to where he's at least earned, to coach throughout the entire season, no matter how bad it gets. So, but again, the Philly mentality is like, yeah, screw you. Like, what have you done for me lately? So, but I don't see Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, I don't see him firing him before the season's over.
Well, and again, clearly it doesn't seem like he and Jalen Hurts are on the same page at all. So we'll see. It kind of goes from there.
That bothers me. I won't take too long with this point, but that bothers me about the NFL. Far too many times do we see guys that are talented quarterbacks, very talented in college, and I know college NFL is totally different games, but then they show glimpses, they show entire seasons where they have success in the NFL, then they just drop off. Yes, you look at the player, but I'm also thinking to myself, okay, do you have the right people around this quarterback? Carson Wentz, I know he had some issues in the locker room, but I'm just not convinced that it's all on the player when 1 year he's a freaking MVP candidate and 2 years later he's literally like looking for a team to play for. I blame the player. I'm always going to put it on the player first, but I also question the people surrounding those players, especially quarterbacks, because even though the quarterback gets all the praise, I feel like it's like a team concept to make sure the quarterback has success. There's a scenario out there where C.J. Stroud wouldn't be the C.J. Stroud we know. Like maybe if he's in Carolina and what's the little midget's name? What's my name? The one that got benched for Andy Dalton. Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
Yeah. If Bryce Young is Houston, he might be having success. Like, I do believe that it's a team effort with some of these quarterbacks.
All right, Indy, some good news for your Houston Texans this week. We just got word from the NFL that Von Miller has been suspended 4 games for violating the league's personal conduct policy.
Wow. Is it for those outfits he's wearing or just something else?
Well, I'm looking. It doesn't say specifically what it's for. According to this, we just got it. So, but the NFL just sent this out saying he's been suspended for violating the personal conduct policy. So you would know better than that. What exactly is the personal conduct policy? What kind of things would get you suspended?
All of the above.
I will say this. There's a lot of, like, for instance, I know a lot of guys are having issues where they're speeding to the point where, it's more than just a speeding ticket. But something like that hurts the shield, as they like to say, the NFL shield. You could be suspended, then he'll appeal it, then maybe they'll reduce it. But I'm surprised that they're suspending him before whatever he did became public. That, or I'm just missing it because I did not know that.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember.
I can't think of it.
What it is or what he did. What was he in the news for something? There was that one story I'm trying to remember, but was it a fight that he got into in Dallas? I don't know. I'm trying to remember.
I'm looking here to see if anybody
felony
says
assault
what it
in
is.
2023. Although he said the allegations were false, and the alleged victim eventually recanted. So apparently not that.
Most of at the moment, it's unclear what conduct policy Miller violated.
I think Indy clues onto it. It's those damn suits.
Those suits, yeah, could be.
I know.
That damages the shield, I'll tell you that.
Well.
Oh, man. With the way 50% of the guys dress damages the shield, right?
Indy Kalu never violated the dress code policy.
I just kept it simple. You know what? I was like Tim Duncan. Just give me a nice flannel button-up and some jeans. When men look like men. Now you're like, they're wearing skirts. Then they try to say, oh, it's not a skirt. It's what the Scottish men wear.
Kilt.
yeah, it's not a skirt. It's a kilt. I'm like, your black ass has never even been to Scotland. So how are you going to wear a kilt? Just, at least embrace what you are. Like, I'll have more pride if you just say, yeah, I feel like wearing today.
So you didn't paint your nails or anything, huh, Indy?
I didn't paint my nails. I didn't wear pink. This all started when you people said it was cool to wear pink. That's when it all started.
You people, huh?
You people.
You people.
You people who accept everything and everybody. When y'all said men could wear pink, that's when I knew. I knew, like, things are going downhill.
Marshall Ram legend, San Antonio Sports Hall of Famer, Rice Al, man of the people, Indy Kalu. I can't wait for next week, man. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all enjoy this week of games.
Good stuff. The great Indy Kalu on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Provide traffic control rental in San Antonio and beyond.
Oh, my goodness.
I love Indy.
I do, too. That guy is great.
Mm-hmm. You people.
Great. Yeah.
You people.
Yeah.
Bryce Young.
You never wore a skirt? Or never visited Ireland? What
Get off. Scotland.
Scotland, that's it. Yeah.
Get your countries right.
All right, whatever.
Good night.
Don't they all wear skirts? Be stealing my Lucky Charms. I see old Rory in a skirt.
Oh, stop. Although it's almost
blowing a bagpipe.
It's almost worse fest time.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Oh no, that's lederhosen. A little bit different. Still an outfit I would never wear.
My goodness.
You all right?
I'm good.
Oh, good Lord. You know, when you need an electrician, Hill Electric is available to you for residential and commercial needs. I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my house through the years. They do fantastic work and have for over 3 decades. The family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. And whatever your project is, Hill Electric has the right service at the right price. Never a service charge, always free estimates. So it costs you nothing to figure out what it will take to get a project done. I know they've added extra outlets in my garage because, you know, the builder never puts enough in there. A spotlight over one of the grills outside. Dimmer lights in the living room. Again, call Hill Electric, 210-404-9074. 404-9074 or hill-electric.com.
Riding 281 with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com. Join the Blitz live this Friday at Encira Nissan for a meet and greet with some of the UTSA football stars and your chance to get some new exclusive UTSA merch, all benefiting UTSA football athletics. Plus, you can get tickets to the San Antonio Zoo, Fiesta, Texas, and Tobin Center. The Blitz this Friday at Encira Nissan on I-10 between Wurzbach and Heidner. With 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
If you're thinking about a compact tractor and you want the best, you can afford a Kubota. Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. Come into one of our 11 locations and check out the new Kubota L2502 package deal, including a 4-wheel drive tractor with hydrostatic transmission, a front loader, a rear mower, a box blade, and a trailer, all for one low price. With a deal this good, you can afford a Kubota from Ewald Kubota. From the Gulf of Mexico to the hill country of Texas, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
It's the Ancira Nissan end of summer sales event at Ancira Nissan on I-10 West. Lease this 2024 Rogue SV for just $246 per month for 36 months. Or buy this 24 Leaf SV and take $10,000 off MSRP. Come on by or check us out at AnciraNissanSA.com. The end of summer sales event at Ancira Nissan on IH-10 West between Wurzbach and Huebner.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
How about them Cowboys? Jim Beam, bringing fans together across Cowboys country. We rise as one in Texas in handed-down silver and blue jerseys. We come together for America's team every time they take the field. So let's share a round of Jim Beam highballs on game day in Cowboys country. 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2024 James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts for the power, performance, and reliability of a new Superstart battery. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Just gone to the top half of the ninth inning in Houston. It's still the same score. The Detroit Tigers have a 3-0 lead over the Houston Astros. And it is officially official. The Cowboys have signed defensive end KJ Henry off the Bengals practice squad today. He is replacing DeMarcus Lawrence, who was put officially just a few minutes ago on injured reserve.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. You can watch there and comment, all that good stuff. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Howdy, everybody.
Still laughing about Indy Kalu.
He was funny. He always is. He's good. But that was that breaking news, by the way, Texans fans. You won't have to deal with Von Miller this week or the next 4 opponents, for that matter, of the Buffalo Bills. He's been suspended for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. But nobody seems to know what he violated.
Well, that's it. And we'll find out sooner rather than later. But if he appeals it, I'm trying to think how the appeals work in the NFL. If they don't get to it this week, can he play this week? And then if he loses the appeal, or do they do it pretty quick? So I would anticipate an appeal. Unless whatever he did, he's done a really good job of keeping it out of the news, although the NFL's aware of it. Eventually, we're going to know.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to, right? I mean, you can't keep that thing quiet. The NFL released a statement that I'm looking at, and it just says that he's suspended without pay for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. Miller will be eligible for reinstatement on October 28th. Following the Bills' Week 8 game against the Seattle Seahawks. The Bills have signed defensive tackle Zion, somebody from the Atlanta Falcons practice squad.
Sure.
But nobody's saying what he did, and I can't find that anywhere. So,
well, Tonsa will still commit penalties. We're good there.
But he won't have to deal with red gloves and Von Miller.
Well, I mean, maybe red gloves. Who knows? Something to think about. You know, reading some of the comments, there's a dude, 830 Clay, says his son is a tackle in high school. Always told him about the gloves.
Oh.
I mean, you hear something and you go, well, it seems kind of obvious. Well, why wouldn't you always do that? Why wouldn't you always match your glove to the jersey color of who you're playing? Or don't use red gloves? I mean, if they're pointing it out in a TV broadcast, you would think that, and you hear it and you go, well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but, I mean, if you're a little guy in Little League, you can't afford to have like 25 pairs of gloves.
Well, it's a
now,
high school
Laramie
guy.
Tunsil could buy as many pairs of gloves as he wants.
I mean, this is a high school guy.
Well, I'm just saying.
830 Clay. I mean, I don't know who that is, but, I think 830, I think Smith and Valley, they got more gloves over there. Piper, they got gloves.
Yeah, but I bet you have to buy them.
Well, for the school, the
That
booster
Comal
club.
County, Comal ISD over there is not buying gloves for everybody in every color.
Look at those boosters, and I could see it. Or you go white gloves or black gloves, right? I mean, but bright red gloves when you're holding onto a white jersey.
Yeah, that's kind of obvious.
Make it, hey, look over here, I'm holding.
But I think it brings up something with Tunsil because he really has been struggling this year with procedure penalties and holding penalties. And, I mean, the guy's a future Hall of Famer. I don't think there's any question. But, I mean, he's struggling this year.
Yeah. Why?
Why is that?
Well, it's $1 million question.
Is he turning into Tyron Smith?
He's not old enough yet to be
Not
Tyron
yet?
Smith.
No? Yeah, I haven't heard about Tyron.
830 Clay says, yeah, we play it. Seguin. Seguin, my goodness, they had a hell of a win last week over Bernie Champion. They might have scored again.
Was it 70 to 60 or something
72
like
to
that?
66 or something
I
like
saw
that.
that score.
It was those Champion Chargers homecoming game.
Oh.
And Seguin went over there and embarrassed them.
Well, that's what Seguin does.
Yeah, that's the Matadors, man. They're getting it done, and they got Smith and Valley this week.
Woo!
Smith and Valley with a crazy game, losing last week to Piper. Yeah, 39-36, I think, was the final in that game. There was like 4 lead changes in the final 5 minutes of that game. It was like an arena football game as we were getting score updates. Fun stuff.
Yeah, high school football always is, man.
Fun stuff. Jeff Tate's coming to San Antonio. The Final Chapter Live, Aztec Theater, March 29th. You know Jeff Tate, right?
Operation Mind Crime?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. See, Jeff is a part of a band that you kind of wish would get back together.
Oh, yeah?
But they haven't done it. Now, we've got tickets to go see Jeff Tate. If you want them, caller 9, those tickets are yours. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You want to get those tickets are yours. But you talk about bands getting back together that you never thought would get back together. Cross Canadian Ragweed. We've heard the rumors for well over a week. The boys from Oklahoma are getting back together at least for one big show.
One big show.
Well, that's all they've got scheduled now, but you hope there'll be more, especially if you go back to the red dirt scene, late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, I remember it well.
Do you? You're such an idiot. Cross Canadian Ragweed, Turnpike Troubadours, Great Divide, Jason Boland and the Stragglers, Alt and Stony LaRue, Saturday, April 12th at Boone Pickens Stadium, where Oklahoma State plays.
Yeah, that I know. I knew that.
Yeah. Hopefully more than one big show, but you told me you weren't sure about this song.
I've heard this song, yeah. But I don't know that, again.
Yeah.
I don't know the names of songs. You throw out a name of a song. Have you ever heard that? Maybe. I don't know names of songs. That's the problem. I know the Turnpike Troubadours are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
And I'm not trying to, if you're out there listening and you spell your name this way, fine. Jeff, Jeff, right? I mean, I've always seen it that way.
Yes.
So if somebody spells their name Jeff, Geoff, what is that for?
Well, that's another way of spelling Jeff.
Isn't that kind of goofy?
Well, it's different.
It's different. And I'm just curious if anybody out there is named Jeff and you spell it Geoff, I'd kind of like to know why.
Well, because that's how the parents did. I mean, it's not like you chose that. Like, my brother's name is Jeff.
And how does he spell it?
Jeff.
That's right.
Short for Jeffrey.
Yes.
But isn't Jeffrey the giraffe from the Toys R Us? Doesn't he spell it with a G?
I have no clue. Perhaps. And he's kind of a goofball.
And then, of course, Jeff Tate from Queensryche fame.
Yes.
It spells it that way.
Uh-huh. I'm just curious as to, were they just being rebellious? All these other Jeffs, the hell with them.
Maybe they needed a G name because they thought that would be cool. You like that?
Jeff.
Yeah.
That could almost be Geoff.
Be what?
Get off. Geoff.
Geoff?
I mean, seriously, now how do you get a J sound out of a G-E?
Jeff.
That's what I'm saying. Jeff. Should be Gee-off. I'm curious as to why the hell. Yes. That's always bothered me. Geoff.
Is anybody out there spell their name like Jeff Tate? Geoff. Because Ryan Eagle wants to call you Geoff to your face.
Geoff, my lawn.
You sound like Jim Mora playoffs. Playoffs? Geoff.
Geoff.
I actually have a friend that spells his name Geoff. We
Why?
call him Geoff.
Why, Pledge? Why does he do that?
I don't know why he does it, but we just called him Geoff.
Geoff, yeah. That makes more sense to me because I don't know how you get a J sound out of a G-E. Off.
Didn't Jeff Hangartner, who played for A&M and the Carolina Panthers, New Braunfels Unicorns, didn't he spell his name with a G?
I don't know. Did he?
Yes. Yes, he did. I just looked it up. Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes. So I know 2. Might know 3. Nobody's calling in claiming that, well, actually, nobody wants to get made fun of by Joe Reinagel because their parents spelled their name wrong when they were born.
I'm not going to make fun of you.
Yeah, oh, really?
I just want to know why.
Joey.
I just want to know why. It's like Renee G on YouTube. I've heard of geography, geology, or George.
None of those have a J sound.
None of those have a J sound. So I don't know what your point is, Renee.
Does Renee ever have a point?
He never does. I'm just curious. No judgment here.
Well, I mean, we worked with a guy named Jorge.
Right. But
It's George.
George.
Don't call him George, though.
Jorge.
It's not Georgie.
Geoff. Yeah. Exactly. There you go. Geoff. Yeah. It sounds exactly the same.
Does it?
Yes. Do it. Are you ready?
It's like all your Irish accents, man.
Are you ready?
In your mind, they sound exactly the same.
He's stealing my Lucky Charms. Geoff. Yeah. See? Oh, that's a great idea, Jim. Oh, my goodness. Paul Rodriguez says, use the same logic with the name George, but okay, I guess that could it be George?
The hell is wrong with you today?
I don't know.
I mean, seriously.
I'm just
trying to do a serious radio program here.
Is that what you call this?
No.
No. I was just curious, and I saw this as you're giving away tickets, and it's Jeff Tate.
And you don't even know who Jeff Tate is.
Well, apparently he's with the boys from Oklahoma.
No. He's from that's Cross Canadian Ragweed. He was in a band called Queensryche.
Oh, Queensryche.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Why the hell are we playing the boys from Oklahoma over here?
Because I set it up with, Jeff Tate had this falling out with Queensryche. He plays some of their songs, not all of them. Hell, he calls his tour Operation Mindcrime. Cross Canadian Ragweed. Years ago in like 2010, they, Cody and Randy had a falling out and never getting back together.
I hate it when Cody and Randy have a falling out.
Say never.
Never. Get off. Yeah. All right, I was just curious. So apparently nobody is out there is named Jeff with
nobody's going to call in and get made fun of by Joe Reinagel.
I just want the backstory.
That's how the parents spelled it. What more backstory do you need?
Well,
none of us got to choose our names.
Well, at some
none
point
of us
in time.
decided how we are going to spell it. You know, I deal with that with my kid because we spelled her name Erika.
Why'd you do that?
You want to know?
I'm just. There's a reason, is there not?
There is.
Okay, you see?
It's not necessarily safe for radio.
Okay.
But let's just say I wanted a boy like nobody's business.
Uh-huh.
You know, everybody, don't you want it healthy? Yep, I want 21 appendages, 10 fingers, 10 toes, and a... All right. So, Erica, at least there was something in there instead of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I get
but,
it.
you know, growing up, you go to Disney or wherever, and you try to find something with your name on it, and it was all spelled different.
You can't do it. Well, I mean, I've got 3 daughters, and they're Casey, Cassidy, and Kayla, and they all start with a K.
Why is that? Why is that, Joseph?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest with you.
Fair?
Yeah.
At some point, you heard the story. We're guys. We didn't have a choice. And as babies, it gets printed on a the birth certificate, and you got to live with it. And I can tell you, I mean, there are some kids out there with some really bad names. I know that when Erica was born, the baby in the next room that was born, that was a kid. His name is Shathed.
What?
Ask Kevin Brock about this. I'm talking my good friend. But that baby's name, exactly how you think that would be spelled, is exactly what it is. And we thought that they wrote baby bleephead on that's what it said. Yeah.
I was just curious.
Pledge, we're not going there, and she wasn't from New Braunfels. She was from Medina Valley. When I was working at the New Braunfels radio station, we used to do all the sports, including volleyball.
Oh, yeah?
And there was a player for the Medina Valley team. Her name was Precious Blow. That was one of the hardest broadcasts of my life.
I'm sure it was.
Yes. There are lots of weird names out there kids have no control over. Yes.
Well, that's true. But there's a backstory to everything.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious.
All right. Astros have runners on the corners.
Nobody out.
They trail 3-0. Nobody out. We'll update you on the rally as we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy goes one-on-one and has some fun with the Morning Huddles, AJ and Rob, Friday mornings.
Now, you don't got a contract. You got nothing to lose. Is a 70-yard field goal in the offing soon? Will we see that this year?
Oh, depends on the win this week.
Mike McCarthy's unfiltered look at the Cowboys' upcoming game. Friday mornings at 6:45 and 9. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
I'm Nicole Chrysler, healthcare provider at Revive Men's Health. If you are always feeling tired or moody, have a difficult time sleeping, or decreased libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health San Antonio at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Buying a home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. Before you tour a home, the real estate professional you're working with may ask you to sign a buyer's agreement, which describes the services you'll receive, each party's role and responsibilities, and how your agent will be compensated, all of which you'll want to discuss with them up front. So work with an agent who's a realtor. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors with a duty to honestly represent you and put your interests above their own, because that's who we are.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, the voice of the Aggies, inviting you to watch all A&M games at the Angry Elephant at 281 and Redland Road. Owned by Chip Ingram, class of '98, the Angry Elephant is known for their liberal cocktails at conservative prices and the best hot dog in Texas. Since 2012, the Angry Elephant's been the place to watch A&M, and this year is no different. Just down from the Big Blind, right next to the Rue Pub at 281 and Redland Road. The Angry Elephant. Like your bar, love your Aggies. Gig 'em.
George gets justice. When you've been injured, you need to get George Salinas Injury Lawyers, because you need someone who understands your pain and the impact an accident has on your life. You need someone who listens and is always there fighting for you and your future. When you get George Salinas Injury Lawyers, you get all this and more. If you've been injured, it's time to get George. And remember, you won't pay anything unless they win your case. Call George Salinas at 210-225-0909. George gets justice. GetGeorge.com.
Join the Blitz live this Friday at Encira Nissan for a meet and greet with some of the UTSA football stars and your chance to get some new exclusive UTSA merch, all benefiting UTSA football athletics. Plus, you can get tickets to the San Antonio Zoo, Fiesta Texas, and Tobin Center. The Blitz this Friday at Encira Nissan on I-10 between Wurzbach and Heidner. With 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star. It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You're listening, watching on YouTube, however you're listening. Appreciate you.
Yes.
Follow along on the socials as well, at Joe Reinagel 210, at Jason Minix, at SA Sports Star. 3-1, Detroit with the lead, 1 out, runners on second and third. The Tigers just had a pitching change. Rally caps are on all over Minute Maid Park.
Going to be an exciting finish, it looks like. Don't know. The Minute Maid crowd is
If I
excited.
could read that TV, if it was more centered, I didn't see that graphic. I think it was teams are 1-538 when trailing by 3 or more runs after I couldn't see that part of the inning because Gray Shelton didn't hang the TV having it centered.
Well, because he was taking care of me.
Apparently.
Yes.
Apparently.
That's what he does.
Well, is it?
Yeah, because if you center it, I'm going to be able to see about half of it.
Okay.
So
either way.
So I can see it. If you'd like for me to translate, I will.
Well, what'd that graphic say?
I didn't read it.
Like I said.
Doesn't matter. It's a big moment right here, 1-1. Because obviously the Tigers need a strikeout with runners at second and third.
Yes.
And 1 out.
Yes.
So that's what they're hoping for.
Or a pop-out, as long as it doesn't get to the outfield.
Well, sure.
But we will see.
Ooh, that was quite the pitch.
Here's what I love about afternoon baseball.
1-2.
Uh-huh.
You go ahead, Minix. I'll watch the game.
Good game like this. Could be going on forever. Something to do tonight on, apparently it's official Taco Day on Taco Tuesday. There is a
fly
shout out the left. Did they tag the runner and send him? They did not.
Well, it was a line drive.
Yeah.
He got out there too quick, so couldn't do it.
Not aggressive, that's for sure. So we'll see. We'll come up to the final out. Hey, we do have tickets to give away to go see Russell Howard. Do you know what band Russell Howard's in?
I have no clue.
He's a comedian.
No clue. Never heard of him.
Win them before you can buy them. March 19th at the Aztec Theater. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10. LiveNation.com. If you want the tickets, they are yours right now. If you are caller number 9 at 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Friday the Blitz is going to be live over at Ancira Nissan. There's a lot going on at Ancira Nissan. It's an event to benefit UTSA football and 210inspired.org. A couple of football players are going to be out there, including JT Clark. A little meet and greet, sign autographs, all that kind of stuff. The Heisman Trophy will be there. You can also buy exclusive new UTSA merchandise. And again, all the proceeds benefit UTSA football. So Friday, make sure you come by Ancira Nissan there on I-10 between Wurzbach and Huebner. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to being out there talking to those guys and talking with April Ancira and everything she's doing with the 210 Inspired?
210 Inspired. And one of the things that would be fun to talk with April about in the wake of what happened at UNLV, just all the ever-changing rules right now when it comes to the NIL, how they are able to, one, keep everything straight, but keep everybody happy. And essentially a little behind the scenes. This isn't, about selling cars in reality, although if you need one, I'm sure they'd be happy to take care of you.
Take care of you, yes.
But in all seriousness, their Express News did a write-up on April yesterday because somebody tweeted something and she responded, I'm all on board. The support doesn't waver just because they lost a game.
Right.
And it's funny how wishy-washy some are, but I saw something tweeted by a national reporter after Ole Miss lost to Kentucky this weekend. Do all these boosters at Ole Miss that spent a boatload of money to get the same kind of disappointing result, at what point do they stop writing these checks if they're not getting a national championship in return?
Well, that's interesting you say that. And Ole Miss, I'm sure they're spending a lot of money. But, Kentucky obviously is a pretty good football team.
Yeah.
They took Georgia to the wire and almost upset them. So you beat Ole Miss. I mean, look, it's college football. Upsets have been happening, and it doesn't matter. But, again, it's and look, if you're one of those boosters and you're putting in a lot of money, I mean, I understand the frustration. I get it. But, even the highest paid players in the NFL don't win championships all the time or ever, Dak Prescott. But I'm just saying.
All comes back to
Did
Dak Prescott.
I bring that? I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?
Always.
I love you, Dak.
So, but I'm just saying, honestly, it's you can't jump off the bandwagon because your team, loses and disappoints you but they've got to get a handle on it because you can't rely on these people to keep giving money year after year after year after year. I mean, something's got to happen and something's got to change.
Well, and there is a walk, so now the bases are loaded with 2 outs.
How about that? 3-1, by the way. Bottom of the ninth.
3-1. Tell you what, intense game. That's why you love playoff baseball. You look at this. This is game 1 of a best-of-3 series. The Tigers are going to go for a pitching change with the bases loaded. We're going to go to a pitching change as well, if you will, a call to the bullpen.
Oh, we are?
I don't know. Let's talk some football coming up. We had 2 Monday night games last night. I had no idea. This is a different way of, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
I was trying to set you up for
a pitching
bragging
change.
About how much money you made last night.
I did, as there were 2 games, and I went to betus.com, and I decided to be a little rebellious. All right, 2 games. I like Tennessee, and I like Detroit. So I said, you know what? I'm going to throw down a parlay, little 2-team parlay. Bam! I hit it just like that. And you can do the same thing at betus.com. You're feeling a little rebellious? Well, go sign up. Do it right now because they got a really good deal for you. You can get ready for the weekend or the baseball playoffs or whatever it is you want to do. A 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. You heard me right. 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That is unheard of, but that's what betus.com does. They've got things that other sports books just don't have. I've been using betus.com for about 3 years now, and I have a ball betting football. I love betting football. It's a lot of fun to make. It's easy to make deposits. It's easy to make bets, and it's certainly easy to collect when you win. And I'm loving life right now because I've had some pretty good luck this year, and I want to continue that. But you can join me in on the fun. They've got everything you need, whether it's competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, props betting, all of that stuff. And betus.com even has casino games that you can play for real money. betus.com, they're simply the best in the business. Go there today, sign up, get your account active, betus.com, or if you'd rather talk to a live person, you can do that as well. All you have to do is call them at 1-800-MY-BET-US. It's 1-800-MY-BET-US. BetUS, it's where the game begins.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, the Cowboys injury situation will get you updated for a Sunday night kickoff.
And Major League Baseball playoffs are underway. How'd the Stros look? It's a hump day on the Morning Huddle. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It's time to huddle up and listen close. For 2024, we pay tribute to a true game changer in the world of snacks. The unrivaled, the unbeatable, the pork rind. Yes, it's crunch time, and we're not just talking about the last few nail-biting minutes of the game. We're talking about a snack so audaciously crunchy, it puts those pretentious chips and pretzels to shame. So here's to you, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds, for being more than just a crunch. Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. It's crunch time. Find your rind at H-E-B.
Testosterone plays a significant role in regulating fat metabolism and distribution in the body. It also helps to reduce serious health risks down the line. I'm Manny with Rock's Discount Vitamins, and we carry the highest quality natural testosterone boosters on the market. It immediately provides you with more energy, increased libido, increased metabolism, and improves your mood. With 11 San Antonio area locations, find us at rocksdiscountvitamins.com. That's rocksdiscountvitamins.com. We thank God and you for all the support.
Let me ask you a question. Is your roof ready for anything? Well, Stevens Roofing, a locally owned company, has been serving our community for decades. Whether it's a commercial project or residential, or repairing your old roof, or maybe installing a new one, they've got you covered. And now Stevens offers solar. Stevens Solar Solutions can save you money and energy. Stevens Roofing, quality craftsmanship, solar solutions, and local expertise under one roof. Call 210-785-0994 or go to stevensroofing.net.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Olympia Hills has renovated all 18 greens to enhance your golfing experience. Book your tee time now to experience the all-new Olympia Hills. Come and enjoy the dramatic elevation changes and a layout that has been strategically designed for your enjoyment. Rediscover one of the premier golf courses in the greater San Antonio area, complete with a top-tier golf practice facility, a full-length driving range, and a 10,000 square foot short game area. Book your tee time now at OlympiaHillsGolf.com. That's OlympiaHillsGolf.com.
If you're thinking about a compact tractor and you want the best, you can afford a Kubota. Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. Come into one of our 11 locations and check out the new Kubota L2502 package deal, including a four-wheel drive tractor with hydrostatic transmission, a front loader, a rear mower, a box blade, and a trailer, all for one low price. With a deal this good, you can afford a Kubota from Ewald Kubota. From the Gulf of Mexico to the hill country of Texas, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
What's that? 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home of the NFL. Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night football. Presented locally by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. If you did any grilling over the last couple of days, make sure you upload those photos to sasportstar.com, the Grilling with the Blitz page, because on Thursday we're going to judge meat and give away a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market.
You sound a little down, Minix. You don't have that same pep in your voice that you had just a few minutes ago. What happened?
Astros lose 3-1. They get the bases loaded in the ninth inning.
It was a hard-hit shot.
Right at the first baseman.
I mean, the first baseman didn't even have to move.
Boom.
Right there. So Detroit's up 1-0 in a best-of-3. That's tough. Astros got some work to do.
How do they ruin Taco Tuesday? Well, it's National Taco Day.
Is it really?
That's what I saw on the internet.
I thought every Tuesday was National Taco Day.
No, that's just Taco Tuesday.
Oh.
But today, it's National Taco Day.
So it's like a special taco day.
Well, it is. Well, I mean, so special. The Spurs announced a new deal with Taco Palenque today to celebrate National Taco Day.
How about that? I had lunch at Taco Palenque today.
You did?
Nobody told me the Spurs were doing that. Although
you got a press release at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Although, that explains it, because I was wondering, all the people that worked there had Spurs shirts on.
I
was like, what the hell's going on here?
So is Taco Cabana no longer a sponsor of the Spurs?
I would imagine if I'm Taco Palenque, I would say, Taco Cabana, you're out.
But don't they have Taco Cabanas at the arena?
I don't know. They got a Rockin' Brews. I like that place.
Sometimes you got to walk around on the levels where the normal people go, man.
Well, that's normal people go there.
Well, yes, but I mean, it's right there by that VIP entrance you use, and then you go down to where, it's all the fancy stuff. If you walk around, you can get Taco Cabana. Or
Do
you
they have
could.
Taco Cabana?
Well,
I know they have
used to.
Whataburgers in there.
Yeah, they used to have Taco Cabana. I don't know anymore. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I would think that
I didn't read the press release about Taco Palenque.
If I'm Taco Palenque and I got a new deal with the Spurs, I'm making sure that Cabana's out.
Well, I mean, Cabana, is it a deal with the Spurs or the arena? It could be different.
Well, it could be.
Is Sean Elliott going to do Taco Palenque commercials like he used to do Taco Cabana commercials?
Those were the best commercials.
They
man.
were.
They were the best commercials. I tell you what, they really were. So I don't know, but that explains how it's funny because I went in there. It's one right off 410 there.
Well, they're all over.
Well, I'm just saying there's one there. 410's
kind of big, right?
It's kind of between Harry Wurzbach and whatever else that other street is. What's the other one as you go a little west? Broadway?
Yeah.
Broadway and
There's
Harry
a
Wurzbach.
Taco Palenque over there?
There is.
What'd you get?
Fajitas.
Oh, okay.
They were good. Delicious. I get the beef fajita plate. It's really good.
Yeah, their nachos are really good.
Yeah.
Forget what they call that taco that's got all kinds of good stuff in there, but yeah, it's good too, especially late at night.
I haven't heard of that. Now Taco Palenque is a good place to
It
go
is.
late night.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah. Now official Spurs sponsors.
Well, that explains it. I was wondering, everybody had Spurs shirts on. I thought this is great. I guess the season's coming up, and everybody's just in the excitement.
Do you not read?
I didn't read the press release,
your press
obviously.
releases?
No, I didn't read that this morning. But now I know.
Now you know.
And
9:06 a.m. press release comes in. New partnership with Taco Palenque on National Taco Day. That's as far as I got, by the way. I didn't read anything more than that.
Well, that's good.
Oh, they're going to have commemorative cups.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
nice.
We'll feature the Coyote.
How about that?
Yes.
Yeah, the Coyote gets paid for all that stuff. That dude's on more stuff than any player's ever been.
Well, and I think the players cost a lot more money than the Coyote. I don't know that the Coyote gets anything. I have no
just
idea.
wants a varmint, like a skunk or an armadillo or something.
It doesn't say that they've got a location in the arena as I scan this.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, I think we need to get to the bottom of the whole Palenque Cabana scandal.
A scandal?
Well, I mean, if there's still a Taco Cabana in the arena, that seems like a scandal to me.
Well, I mean, Taco Cabana, they have a deal with the city and that runs the arena, or the county. Who runs the arena? The county.
Yes, they do.
That doesn't mean they have to have a sponsorship with the Spurs.
But if you're Palenque, wouldn't you want to say, hey, we need a deal with the arena?
It's step one, man. It's baby steps.
We'll see what happens.
I mean, if Taco Cabana said, I don't know, when did Taco Cabana stop sponsoring this? Or do they have multiple taco sponsors?
Wow.
Well, it's not exclusive.
That seems like
it's a lot of tacos.
Yeah, it is a lot. Well,
it's
what we do in San Antonio.
Your commemorative cup is going to be available.
We eat a lot of tacos.
Mm-hmm.
And thank God for that. I love tacos.
There's going to be in-game promotion as well. It's going to be called Tic Tac Taco in-game promotion once the season tips off.
How about that?
Where fans will have a chance to win Taco Palenque gift cards and branded swag.
Branded Taco Palenque swag.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those shirts you saw the employees wearing, you too could have one.
I think I do. It was just a black T-shirt with white Spurs letters.
Did it have Palenque on it?
No, I didn't see that.
Did it have the logo, or did it just say Spurs in white?
It was simply a solid black shirt with white letters that said Spurs. That's it. That's all I saw.
So you looked at it and you thought San Antonio Spurs?
Well, of course. What else would I think?
It wasn't the Spurs lettering, just white letters?
Just white letters.
Like they went down to Sammy's and got some shirts made?
That's exactly what it was.
No logo on it?
No.
Huh. Well, maybe you need to go there for dinner and see if now they got the logo shirts. Maybe that was the teaser.
I have.
Until the official deal, they couldn't wear the official shirts in the store.
Well, if the press release came out at 9 o'clock, Minix, I was in there at about, 11:45.
Pledge is wanting to know why you didn't bring him any food.
Well, because I ate it all. That's why.
You could have said, Pledge, I'm at Taco Palenque. You want anything?
Taco Palenque? Yeah. That's that. What place is that? Where is that?
It's
Taco Caplinca.
It's the same thing. What side of the highway were you on there?
Exactly.
410 and Broadway.
Did Taco Palenque and Taco Cabana have a baby?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Taco Caplinca.
It's the new commercial.
They can hook up with Geoff.
Wow, that got weird.
Whew.
That was weird.
Yeah, this show is weird.
Well, I'm glad you had a great lunch.
I did.
Pledge is over there starving.
It was fantastic. No, Pledge got hooked up with some leftover sandwiches.
Yeah.
I saw him digging around in the refrigerator.
Oh, yeah. There are sandwiches in the front.
Yeah.
Pledge is there. Then complains about them.
Really?
They didn't have his kind.
They weren't good?
Oh, they were good.
Probably had onions on them.
No. They were those generic catering sandwiches with nothing on them.
It wasn't real bread. It's like the, what was that?
What do you mean not real bread?
Well, it wasn't like a loaf of butter crust. It wasn't
like a sandwich that you would make at your house with a loaf of bread. It was catering bread.
I know, but what's that bread called? Like pita bread?
Ciabatta bread.
Ciabatta bread.
Like pita bread?
Like pita bread. Yes.
Did you have the sandwiches with the meats or the other stuff that had all the whatever that was in there?
The meats.
Yeah. I'm not sure what those other little dainty sandwiches were or why they were in there, but
were they vegetarian?
Didn't seem. No. It was probably like chicken salad or something like that.
Like chicken salad and like croissant.
Yeah.
Oh, there was
a lot of those, so nobody must have ate those.
What happened here today? Why did we have that?
I have no idea. I mean, yeah, what time did you show up for work? 12:30ish?
Yeah.
Me too. And we were told there were sandwiches in the fridge in the break room.
Well, there was like a group.
Yeah, I have no
coming
idea.
Through. I don't know if they had lunch.
It was
here.
a field trip or something.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
All right.
No idea.
They showed off your studio.
Oh, they did.
Oh, yeah?
All right. Nice.
It's become the main attraction around here.
Can we say we're in the new studio?
I don't think we're allowed to talk about the new studio yet.
I don't think so either.
It's kind of like the sign on the door because we got the noisiest damn door ever for a studio. And there's a sign on there that says, don't open the door during show times. And, people can't read
That's
it.
Right through there.
But we're not talking about that yet.
No, because we're not in a new studio, are we?
No, not that we're talking about.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No. Are we going to get a memo? Okay, y'all can talk about the new studio now.
A strongly worded email
yes.
at some point, I would imagine.
Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yesterday was fun, wasn't it?
That's a loaded question.
I thought it was it was our golf tournament, in case you missed out.
Wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Yeah, it was our golf tournament, our fall classic.
Yep.
And it was a lot of fun. They were at the break room last night. That was a lot of fun.
Always. And then we had 2 Monday night games last night.
Uh-huh.
One was a disgrace to football, and the other one was a really good game.
Yeah,
your Tennessee Titans.
Uh-huh. They kicked Miami's butt.
Well, Miami. Now, did they?
Yes, they did.
Did they?
Uh-huh.
I mean, when you texted about, 4 times about Tony Pollard.
Did you see that dude running? Man.
I saw him not make it all the way to the end zone.
I know, and the response I got, very clownish. Oh, Zeke would have made it.
Apparently, you can't tell sarcasm.
Uh-huh. Zeke.
You couldn't tell sarcasm. How many beers deep was that? Nobody gives a damn about Tony Pollard at this point.
Well, the Tennessee Titans do.
Yeah, but he didn't score on that play. He should have. Derrick Henry would have scored.
Derrick Henry would have scored. Yeah. Former Tennessee Titan.
Will Levis? Your guy, Will Levis?
Speaking of clownish, that dude, and Callahan comes out, he's our starting quarterback when he's healthy.
When he's healthy.
Mason Rudolph did a great job of handing the ball off. Because that's all he needed to do.
Well, but I tell you what, though, the idea of having a quality backup quarterback, and Tennessee has one. In fact, they look better with the backup than with the starter. Miami, the fact that you've got Tua, his injury history, not a quality backup, and Mike McDaniel's trying to figure out how his high-scoring offense is failing to score. Tyreek Hill is getting pissed. That offense looks awful, but the question I have is, You've got a complicated offense. Lots of motion, lots of different things going on, lots of route concepts. And you've got a guy trying to quarterback that's been there 2 weeks. There's no way in hell he gets 20% of that playbook at this point. Why aren't you calling plays he's comfortable with? Because it didn't seem like that's what Mike McDaniels was doing last night.
And Huntley looked confused. He really did. There were a lot of times where he looked lost. And look, it's human nature, I think, and nothing against Tyler Huntley. I mean, the guy, he's a Pro Bowler, right? When he filled in for Lamar Jackson. But I mean, nothing against him. But I think the rest of the team is just human nature. It's like, man, our whole season is screwed now because our quarterback's not there. My question is, and I don't know if a Trey Lance is the answer, but I mean, he can't be any worse than what they have. Because I don't know if Tua's coming back.
Well, it certainly seems like Tua is coming back. He was on the sidelines yesterday and seemingly symptom-free and okay. And the narrative has changed. The initial overreaction to, oh, my God, he should never play football again, to why'd they put him on IR? Now he has to miss 4 games. He might have only needed to miss 2 and get him back. And when you look at that offense without Tua, he is looking worthy of the contract he signed to run that offense.
Well, we don't know what the neurologist said. That's the thing. I mean, he may look fine. That's great. But he did see the neurologist, and that's when they made the call to put him on IR. So whatever they said, whatever they saw, I think they thought it was worthy that he needed to sit out at least 4 weeks. Look, again, we said it before the season, before the Dolphins paid this guy. He's 1 concussion away from his career being over. And now certainly he is, and I'm not saying his career is over. I hope he comes back. I hope he plays a long time. But, I mean, everybody was afraid this was going to happen, and it was a false sense of security because he went through last season injury-free.
I know you watched more of the Titans game because the Titans are your team, Joe Reinagel. That's your favorite team. The rest of us, we're watching a hell of a game between Detroit and Seattle. We'll talk about it next coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, and as I was doing that, I was drinking some great quality water because of my Connecticut quality water softener that I have in my house, and I love it. It's a game changer. It really is. And I was a skeptic. I really didn't think it would be. But I'm going to tell you what, I am a believer now in Connecticut. And why not? Look, they've been serving San Antonio for over 50 years. Their products are made in America. And you know as well as I do, you live in San Antonio and South Texas, a water softener, well, it's really a must. The water here is so hard. It can do damage to your appliances, and you just kind of feel yucky when you get out of the shower sometime with that hard water. Not with a Connecticut quality water softener, though. It is fantastic. You feel cleaner, your clothes look brighter, all of that kind of stuff. And what I like about it the best, you don't plug it in. It doesn't run on electricity, but it provides soft water 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And right now, if your house is plumbed for a water softener, the fine folks at Connecticut Quality Water Softeners will put a water softener in your home for 90 days with no contract, absolutely free. You heard me right. Absolutely free, no contract for 90 days. If after that 90 days you're not sold, they'll come take it out of there and you won't owe them a penny. Check it out for yourself. You decide for yourself. All you have to do is start the process. Give them a call, 656-PURE, 656-7873, or ConnecticutSA.com. Hey, you know the jingle? Sing it with me. It's the last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE, Connecticut.
You're locked on the Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com. 1, 2, 3, Cowboys! South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Sunday night at 7:20. The Cowboys are in the Steel City taking on Pittsburgh.
I like this kind of party!
Pre-game starts at 6. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and Ewald Kubota.
You asked for it, you got it. How about them Cowboys?
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
This Sunday, come cheer on the Cowboys at Twin Peaks Westover Hills. We'll be giving away an epic Cowboys jersey just for catching the game at Twin Peaks on game day. Ask your Twin Peaks server for more. So come and hang out with us and the lovely ladies at Twin Peaks this Sunday, starting at 5. Grab the best seat in the house and a frosty 29-degree beer, and be sure to catch the Cowboys dominating the Steelers. Again, that's this Sunday, starting at 5 at the Twin Peaks Westover Hills location at 151 and Loop 410.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. Your coworker Kyle said bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive could save you money. Bad news. While saying this, Kyle was eating your clearly labeled lunch. Dumb news. Pizza near work costs $7 a slice, and it tastes like drywall covered in ketchup. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and enjoy more lunches far away from Kyle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
I'm Nicole Chrysler, healthcare provider at Revive Men's Health. If you are always feeling tired or moody, have a difficult time sleeping, or decreased libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health San Antonio at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Join the Blitz live this Friday at Encira Nissan for a meet and greet with some of the UTSA football stars and your chance to get some new exclusive UTSA merch, all benefiting UTSA football athletics. Plus, you can get tickets to the San Antonio Zoo, Fiesta Texas, and Tobin Center. The Blitz this Friday at Encira Nissan on I-10 between Wurzbach and Heidner. With 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Playoff baseball this afternoon. Not good news for the Houston Astros. They dropped Game 1 to the Detroit Tigers by a score of 3-1. They'll play Game 2 tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys made it official. They put DeMarcus Lawrence on injured reserve, and they signed defensive end KJ Henry off the Bengals practice squad. Micah Parsons is said to be week to week. In fact, Jerry Jones said that this morning on his visit with 105.3 The Fan.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons
The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. Along with Joe Reinagel, I'm Jason Minix. Tuesday afternoon, just after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Beer 30 for a lot of you.
A lot of you walking out the door, wherever you work, headed to the house or your favorite watering hole, whatever the case may be.
Mets and Brewers, they're tied at 2.
How about that?
Kansas City's got a 1-0 lead on Baltimore.
Huh.
Credit the Mets, man. That game they played yesterday to turn around and, back at it today in the playoffs after their big celebration yesterday.
Well, they must have just scored because before I did SportsCenter, it was 2-0 Milwaukee.
Yep.
So that just happened. All right. I like playoff baseball. I think we have San Diego and Atlanta tonight.
Is that the late game?
I think that's the late game.
Good. Last week I said I wasn't a fan of the 2 Monday night games. And this week we had 2 Monday night games. And, man, I'm glad we did because kind of like last week, one sucked and one didn't. And this week, one sucked and one didn't. Could you imagine if all we had last night was Tennessee and Miami?
That would have been bad, yes. It really would. It wasn't a pretty game. Miami's just bad right now. They're just not good.
Well, it's the importance of the quarterback. And when you don't have one, and the Titans didn't have one either. So you had 2 teams without a quarterback. And again, Will Levis he's got a starting job in the NFL. I mean, he's one of the 32 best in the world. And when you see backups, you go, yeah. I mean, it's amazing if you're a backup or a third-string guy. There's less than 100 that can do your job. So it's not that he's bad, but my goodness, he's bad.
Well, he's careless, and that's the problem. You can't do that. You get a guy like, and I give Cooper Rush a lot of credit. Good backup quarterback because he comes in and he just doesn't screw things up.
Game ready.
With Will Levis, seriously, the Titans are 1-3 right now. There's no reason why they're not 3-1. And I mean that in all sincerity.
Sure.
As bad as that team has been, Will Levis has given 2 games away himself because of dumb plays. And you just can't do that. So that's an issue. So if you're a coach and you're looking at that, you're going, man, we should be doing a hell of a lot better than we are.
Well, and even the play that he got hurt on is the Mets now lead 3-2. The idea of that dive, it's just reckless. It's careless, although Mason Rudolph came in and played well. I will admit I did not watch a lot of that game because Seattle-Detroit was a fantastic
It was a great game. Yep.
When you look at Geno Smith throwing for 395 yards, the Seahawks ran the ball well. But, my goodness, if you're watching Detroit thinking that team's coming to Dallas in a couple of weeks, Gibbs, 14 carries, 78 yards. Montgomery had 40 yards on 12 carries. Between them, they had 3 touchdowns, and then you had 2 guys combined to pass 19 and 19 for 299 yards and 3 touchdowns. St. Brown throws a touchdown pass to Jared Goff, who went 18 for 18.
That's incredible. It's an NFL record, by the way.
Yeah.
And so that kind of went by the wayside a little bit by a lot of people, including Jared Goff's head coach.
Yeah, well, I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18. But I knew he played really well. You could feel it.
He did play really well, but he didn't get a game ball. That's unfortunate.
I imagine they'll get him a game ball.
You think so?
Yes.
But he's got to have that game ball, doesn't he? Because, that is an NFL record. 18 for 18, I don't care what you think of Jared Goff. That's incredible. That's an incredible stat. And it wasn't just all dinks and dunks either. A guy throws for 292 yards.
No, if you watch he threw the ball extremely well. In fact, his long was 70. Although it wasn't 70 through the air. It is what it is. But what I don't get, perfect passer rating is 158.3. Jared Goff was 18 for 18 for 292 yards and a passer rating of 155.8.
I'm not sure how they figure. They also had a couple of touchdown passes there as well. So
yeah, and no interceptions.
Yeah.
Now, as a team, because St. Brown was 1 for 1 for 7 yards and a touchdown, his passer rating was 135.4. As a team, they were 158.3. But how does Jared Goff not have a perfect passer rating?
Well, how does Amon-Ra St. Brown only have a 135?
It's math.
I mean, the guy was 1 for 1 with a touchdown.
There's a formula, and you can look up. It's I don't know. It's yards per attempt are factored in there. Complete all of that's factored in there. But if you're 18 for 18, that should be perfect.
Well, it should be. I mean, because it is, right? I don't know why the rating's that way. Give a lot of credit. I have a lot of respect for Geno Smith. That dude he just has gotten better as time has gone by. And what he did last night, I mean, I don't know what time of possession was, but it seemed like Seattle had the football more than a hell of a lot more than Detroit did, because Detroit seemingly would score pretty quickly. But
time of possession was 35:04 for Seattle, 25:56 for the Lions.
A 10-minute deficit for the Lions. And Geno Smith, he threw 56 passes, almost 400 yards, completed 38 of those. I have a lot of respect for Geno Smith. I really do. The guy just seems to get better, and the Seahawks, for now, certainly have found their quarterback.
You know, well, and you look at it, and I think Geno Smith is a prime example for some of these young quarterbacks that aren't working out well where they were drafted. You might be a journeyman, as if you find the right spot, you can play. And he was supposed to be a bridge-type gap quarterback when Russell Wilson left.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, I mean, when Russell Wilson drafted in the 3rd round, went to Seattle, he wasn't expected to be the starter. They had just signed a guy. Who'd they sign? It was somebody to a decent contract. And they were like, yeah, you're done. Yeah, you know, we found our guy in Russell. So who knows? But that Seahawks game, that was a fun game to watch.
It was.
Now, my wife being a Seahawk fan, she didn't seem to be enjoying it as much as I did, just because I was watching good quality football, which, you know, as a Cowboy fan, I haven't seen yet this year from my team.
Well, I enjoyed it because I had a nice little parlay that I won, so it was fantastic.
It's all about you.
It is.
All about you.
Sure is.
You know, Montgomery helped me win my fantasy game.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, I lost my fantasy game.
I know you did.
Yeah.
You suck this year in fantasy
I'm telling
football.
you, man, I'm 1-3.
Your team is awful.
1-3.
Your team is awful.
And I have Derrick Henry, who gave me a bunch of points.
Uh-huh.
I mean, my running backs were fantastic. Josh Allen pooped the bed against Baltimore.
Yeah.
That's my
Uh-huh.
It's my quarterback. I needed Mason Rudolph in there.
Yeah, I mean, you might have done something. Matt Castle.
Matt Castle.
Matt Castle? I don't think that's right, Marcus Floyd.
No,
I thought
because
it was like John Flynn or something like that.
Matt Castle went to New England. Didn't
Yeah.
Flynn was the guy that they signed that Russell Wilson took over. I think they acquired.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, for
when Russell got the job.
Yeah. It was Matt Flynn.
Yeah, it was Matt Flynn. What I call him, John Flynn? Same thing.
Maybe he's Jeff Flynn.
No. Yeah. Marcus Floyd whipping out a Matt Castle reference.
Matt Castle, that's New England.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus.
Mm-hmm. Although he became a journeyman too.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of New England quarterbacks after one Tom Brady. Or was he before Brady? Castle was during Brady.
Yes, during Brady, and had a great year when Brady got hurt.
Yes. Or remember, Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler. You know, they just hand those things out now.
Yes, they've always handed out Pro Bowlers. Pay attention to all pro.
Well, I'm just saying.
I just love how you fish for things that make your argument.
You got
Get
guys
off my lawn, G-off.
G-off. G-off. G-off. Sounds just the same.
Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk joins us next. We'll get the latest on the Cowboy injury front, what they're going to do next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're having any issues at your house with your air conditioner, your plumbing, you know there is one company to call, and that is Quartermoon Plumbing, Heating, and AC. 210-651-5899, 651-5899. At Quarter Moon, they are experts at worst-case scenarios, big job, small job, residential, or commercial. Their service trucks are fully stocked, and they have all the equipment needed for any job. No commission. Sales reps, they'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau. It is the 1st of October. If you haven't done it yet, you need to make sure your heater is tuned up and ready to go for when it actually gets cold here, and you're going to need that thing. So call Quarter Moon, 210-651-5899, 651-5899, or online at quartermoonplumbing.com.
Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy goes one-on-one and has some fun with the Morning Huddles, AJ and Rob, Friday mornings.
Now, you don't got a contract. You got nothing to lose. Is a 70-yard field goal in the offing soon? Will we see that this year?
Depends on the win this week.
Mike McCarthy's unfiltered look at the Cowboys' upcoming game. Friday mornings at 6:45 and 9. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hello. My name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio, and since 1994, I've been representing people and families seriously injured by negligent drivers. Recently, we've all seen advertisements from attorneys here in San Antonio saying their firm does not get paid an attorney fee unless there's a recovery. And maybe you've heard, we don't get paid unless you get paid, or words to that effect. Well, that is what I've been doing for more than 30 years. I honestly did not know that there were attorneys in San Antonio that would represent an injured client and charge a fee if there was no recovery. You see, I practice law with basic principles, one of which is you never need an excuse to do the right thing. If you or a family member has been injured in a vehicle collision, including a commercial or business vehicle, an 18-wheeler, call me. The phone call and consultation is free. If you hire me, I will not get a fee unless there is a recovery. And this has been true for me and my firm for more than 30 years. My number, 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400. Or check out my website, alawyerforus.com.
Football season is here. Hi, Jason Minix here from the Blitz. You want to have more fun watching football this year? Play the Pick'em game at Underdog Fantasy. Over 1 million fans got in the game last year by making picks on Underdog. You can join in and win up to 325 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats. I know I made a lot of money last year playing at Underdog Fantasy on the Pick'em game. You too can as well. And it's easy to get signed up. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download their mobile app. Use my promo code STAR and Underdog will give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first Pick'em entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Promo code STAR to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your deposit offer when you get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com. Must be over 18, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Testosterone plays a significant role in regulating fat metabolism and distribution in the body. It also helps to reduce serious health risks down the line. I'm Manny with Rock's Discount Vitamins, and we carry the highest quality natural testosterone boosters on the market. It immediately provides you with more energy, increased libido, increased metabolism, and improves your mood. With 11 San Antonio area locations, find us at rocksdiscountvitamins.com. That's rocksdiscountvitamins.com. We thank God and you for all the support.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
With Wendy's, breakfast burrito is everything you want for breakfast. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, bacon or sausage, all rolled up into one warm tortilla. Want the boss of breakfast burritos? Gotta be Wendy's at participating U.S. Wendy's.
This is Tony Pollard, and you're listening to the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Antonio Sports Star.
That's great,
yeah. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. I'm not sure if Shereen Williams is ready to go or not. All right. So we'll try to connect with Shereen Williams coming up.
All right.
From Pro Football Talk.
Yes.
Well, I mean, look, the Cowboys have lots of things they've got to do. And as Jerry Jones said today, Micah, we'll get to Mozzie in a minute. He did give some updates on the health of Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence.
Well, I think we bring the guys up that really we're fortunate, I think, to have these young guys that can step up here and just basically
I'm A.J. Hoffman from the Morning Huddle.
Out in the
AJ, you're on at 6.
That is in the NFL, which is you can coach practice squad players. It's hard to think that there's someone that you can step out and coach that could literally step in this week. Now, step in for you 2 or 3 games from now, yes. And so you may see us do that. We're in that process right as we're speaking. But basically, we'll just move on and replace those guys and hope for the best. We got good news from DeMarcus. He didn't have to have any type of surgery, confirmed again with second opinion yesterday. So that'll eliminate that bone healing time or those type of things in any type of recovery. Micah will be week to week.
Bone healing time.
Bone healing time. I guess that's good news. 2 opinions. You don't need surgery, so you're in good shape there. The idea that, man, are we going to go find somebody on somebody's practice squad? Well, they did. They signed K.J. Henry off the Cincinnati Bengals practice squad.
Yeah.
Now, if you've watched Cincinnati play defense this year and this guy wasn't good enough for their active roster, what do you think you're actually going to get from K.J. Henry other than a warm body?
I think that's all they are trying to do. Look, they're going to go with Goulston and Nealon to fill in for those guys. And you hope that Micah Parsons is not out for more than a couple of weeks. But obviously, D-Law is out for at least 4. They put him on IR today. So that, obviously a loss. And they've got some big games coming up with this one this week with Pittsburgh and Justin Fields, who is a running quarterback. And then you've got some good running backs for the Detroit Lions after that. So going to be a big test for the Cowboys.
And again, defense is going to be shorthanded, to say the least. Offense has got to figure out ways to pick things up. One of the ways that the offense could really help the defense out is ball control offense.
Mm-hmm.
Ball control offense means a run game. The Cowboys don't have a running game to speak of, yet Jerry said today still probably no Dalvin Cook this week. Then he was asked on 105.3 The Fan, what's holding Dalvin Cook back?
Not a thing. When you look at a roster, you look at the entire roster, and you have to adjust it for injuries, or you have to adjust it for just availability. That's a big thing. And you have to adjust it for how you're going to use them. The other day, we didn't run the ball much at all. And so you've got to evaluate how you're going to look at any position, whether it's his position or whether it's receivers or what. All of that comes to play with what you're doing. And so we very easily could be light at running back as we go into this ball game this week in terms of numbers.
See, and how could you be any lighter than what you've had?
Well,
I mean, Deuce Vaughn, Rico Dowdle, and Zeke Elliott. I mean, that's pretty much it. You got Hunter Lupke, but he's playing all over the place.
He is, and correct me if I'm wrong, did Deuce Vaughn not even get a carry last week?
He
I don't
did
know if
not.
he had a snap
No,
offensively, but I know he
not.
didn't have a carry.
Didn't have a carry. So I'm wondering what the deal is with Dalvin Cook. There's got to be something that we're not hearing, that we don't know about. Is there a bonus involved if he gets so many snaps? I mean, honestly, there's got to be something. Why in the world, if he's healthy, and maybe he's not, maybe that's part of it. Maybe he's just having a hard time picking up the system. I don't know, but it just seems to me like you brought him in. Why are you not using him?
Well, let's go back to Stephen Jones on with us a couple of weeks ago, said that they didn't bring him in with the intention of not using him. He's not a developmental player. He's a veteran player that they expect to get something out of. Either he's not in game shape. It can't be can't pick up the offense because as a running back, I mean, here's the plays you can run, and those are what you call when you get in there. Or if they are, I don't know. All right, if we can get 8 good weeks out of Zeke, then we'll have 8 weeks out of Dalvin, and then that other week in there, because math is hard now that they added that 17 game. We'll have to figure it out because we got 2 running backs with half a tank. So that's our way of getting a full tank. I don't know.
I have no idea. And I don't know if we know what Dalvin has. Obviously, he didn't look good with the Jets last year. But I can only think of there's some dude named Watts who plays for Pittsburgh.
Oh, the what if game, huh? You want to play the what if game?
I do. So if you're Mr. Watts and
it's Watt, no S.
Well, if you're Mr. Watt and you know there's no threat of a running game, what are you doing? You're pinning your ears back and you're going after number 4.
And, he could have been a Cowboy.
You know, I do, but I don't. There are so many players that are around the league that you could draft and have. And there's an old adage, it's not the ones that you don't have, it's the ones you have that you need to worry about. And so I look at players all the time, and when I see them playing well, I said, well, they're playing up to how we had them evaluated, or, for instance, or how they were evaluated. Either way. And, of course, there's forever Watt. There's 10 others that haven't done as well that you could have drafted. And then they're the
like
ones
Taco?
you draft,
Yeah.
That's what counts.
Yeah.
You can't bring up Taco Charlton on National Taco Day. I mean, that just almost feels like it's too easy of low-hanging fruit.
So we had a taco, and he didn't work out too well.
No. And look, Jerry is right. I mean, you go through the draft, and you pick a guy, but when everybody is saying you should get that guy and all the boards, and he's right there, like a running back this year. They're right there. You can get right, and you take Taco Charlton. And T.J. Watt falls to the Steelers. Taco Charlton is in the UFL. And T.J. Watt is on his way to the Hall of Fame.
Wasn't Taco a Michigan man?
He was.
Yeah. You see a pattern there? Taco, Mozzie, Schoon.
What? Are you going to blame Michigan now?
Well, I'm thinking Jerry might want to stay away from the University of Michigan.
I mean, there are other Michigan players that play well in other organizations.
Not for the Cowboys, they don't.
The Cowboys and Michigan dudes, you're right.
Yeah,
at least in recent memory. Although Mozzie Smith is getting better. Just ask Jerry.
Well, I think he's an exceptional athlete, rare athlete.
Rare.
For his size, I don't know that I've seen anybody have his skills. And he's also got inordinate strength. If he can progress in the terms of just the football internal aspect of it, and just the grit, and just the sustaining a level of production that goes with, if you will, being a pro. If he can do that, then we've got us something, and that's what we wanted, was a really star player, you might say. And, of course, you can dream here a little bit, but that's what you're looking for here.
First-round star, sure.
With our number 1 pick.
Well, I'm just curious, and help me out with this, because I'm not the brightest bulb on the tree, but you drafted guy number 1 last year, and you're still saying if I mean, do you not know that, hey, this guy's progressing, this guy just needs some time?
Well,
but Jerry's still using if.
He's got to learn how to be a pro. The light bulb hasn't gone off.
Is that a 4-year degree or what?
It hasn't gone off yet. What I heard Jerry Jones saying there, we heard what Jerry said. What did Jerry mean? It's always a fun game, but I take from that comment from Jerry Jones. I could be wrong on this, but the way I interpret what Jerry Jones said right there is the maturity level isn't there. That is a second-year guy that is yet to figure out what it's like to be a professional athlete, which in my mind is about taking care of your body. It's about studying right, doing all the little things away from the facility. All of that about being a pro, and I don't think that he gets it. I think that Jerry Jones, in a very nice way, questioned the man's football IQ. If you listen to that again, that's what I took out of that.
If he can progress in the terms of just the football internal aspect of it, and just the
is that him questioning football IQ?
Yes,
sustaining a level of production that goes with, if you will, being a pro.
And I think you hit the nail on the head, but again, he's got to sustain it. And the Cowboys, Jerry is looking at it and saying this to pat myself on the back the same way I'm looking at it. Everybody's praising this guy for his game against the Giants, and they should. He had a good game against the New York Giants. But you got to sustain that. You got to put some games together, and Mazi Smith has not done that. And so that was my point yesterday, was just like, everybody's praising this guy. He's the guy. He's made it. He's here. He's in one game. He's got to sustain that success over a period of time. And until he does that, I'm not going to crown him the next.
Well, I don't know that anybody has actually crowned him the next. I think you heard one guy compliment a guy for having a good game, and your head exploded.
It did.
But it's baby steps. He had a good game.
Extreme baby steps.
Can he build on that good game? I mean, we hammer him every time he has a bad game, and he's strung plenty of those together. But he had a good game, and he's gotten better every week.
He has?
This season, he has. I know it's hard to judge a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman at times, but yeah, especially when you're looking at particular stats. But when you're watching them play, the effort that you hear Micah Parsons question, I don't think you're necessarily talking about Mazi Smith. He's showing up. He's flashing. You notice him while you're watching games. Last year, you didn't even know if he played in the game because he didn't make an impact where you even noticed him, where you heard his name announced on television or on radio if you're listening to radio, and you never really saw him doing anything. This year, you are hearing about him, and if you're watching, you're seeing him make some plays. He's in and around the football, hustling downfield. I mean, is he crowned yet? No.
I'm missing that because, I don't know, they had a great game against Cleveland, and then I remember, 500 yards combined with rushing for the next two. I know it's not that many, but there was a hell of a lot of rushing yards.
But you know where they're not rushing? Up the middle. They're not.
Oh, it's because of Mazi.
Well, no, but I mean, it's not like you're watching, Derrick Henry run by him 14 times and he's not making an impact. All those runs were unfortunately to the outside.
151 yards for Derrick Henry
in the first quarter.
That was a lot of yards.
Yeah,
but Mazi's getting better. That's all that matters.
I mean, it can't get worse, can he?
Handoff to Singletary. He's going to be thrown for a loss. Wow. Mazi Smith at the point of attack drove him back. And
a great
Brad
game.
Sham
Great
calling his
game.
name.
He was surprised as anybody.
You can hear the surprise in his voice.
Mazi Smith? Oh, drove him back.
I had to look at my roster just to make sure. Holy crap, that was Mazi Smith. I heard that from Brad Sham.
Mazi Smith at the point of attack drove him back.
Yeah.
I can see Brad Sham now looking at his roster. Mazi Smith?
Yeah, he's looking at his spotter going, you got that wrong.
That's that guy's number.
No, that was Mazi Smith.
Mazi Smith.
Yes, he pauses after that. Mazi Smith?
Mazi Smith at the point of attack.
Mm-hmm. Brad Sham.
He couldn't believe what he saw.
On the Cowboys radio network. Cowboys Steelers Sunday night here on 94.1. Brought to you in part by our friends at AA Best Bail Bonds. And you know nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you know you want to get out of jail fast, and the best way to do that is to call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text the word bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They are discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. If you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, the Cowboys injury situation will get you updated for a Sunday night kickoff.
And Major League Baseball playoffs are underway. How'd the Stros look? It's a hump day on the Morning Huddle. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hey, sports bettors, Joe Reinigle here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, BetUS.com. You know, football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that is BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season. A huge offer, 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call, 1-800-MY-BetUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, the credit card bill came and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by for a few weeks.
We should do what my brother did. He went to billshappen.com and got $3,000 the next day.
With our bad credit, I don't think so.
Billshappen.com is different. They are one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope, my brother said it was easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. Bills Happen's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to billshappen.com, and we will have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to billshappen.com. That's billshappen.com. Billshappen.com.
This report is brought to you by Macy's. Don't miss Macy's VIP sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends and save 15% off skincare, makeup, and more. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Now at Macy's.
TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. The HURT app provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. HURT is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download HURT now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic specialists. The HURT app is available online in the App Store and Google Play. Learn more about the HURT app and the OrthoNow Injury Clinic at tsaog.com. When you are just craving something salty and packs a crunch, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds is your crunch time decision. Game day just got a whole lot crunchier thanks to the powerhouse snack, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. We're talking about crispy, golden bites of pure awesomeness. Pork rinds are your MVP snack. And get this, they're low carb and high in protein, so you can keep the energy high without the guilt. Don't settle for ordinary on game day. Grab yourself a bag of Southern Recipe Pork Rinds at H-E-B today.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio, and since 1994, I've been representing people and families seriously injured by negligent drivers. I think everyone knows that driving while using a cell phone, texting, posting videos is dangerous. Study after study shows that use of a cell phone like this is the same or worse than driving under the influence. Yet, many people insist on using their cell phones while driving. I've had many cases where my client was injured by one of these people because they chose to use their cell phone. Who are these people? You and I have both seen them, probably today. Men, women, old, young, minivan drivers, truck drivers, 18-wheeler drivers. I know this. The same person that chooses to use their cell phone while driving is the same person who will lie about it later just to avoid taking responsibility. If you choose to use a cell phone while driving and hurt someone, you'd better hope they don't call me. If you or a family member has been injured in a vehicle collision, call me. Jason Thompson, 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400.
What's up? 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home of the NFL. Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night football. Presented locally by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You can always watch on YouTube as well. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. You can comment there.
There's always a lot of comments on there.
Yeah.
Nice little community on YouTube. They all seem to be friendly like and talking over the fence, you know, how neighbors do.
Talking over the fence?
Talking over the fence.
When was the last time you talked over the fence?
Geez. Yeah, I don't know if I ever have, to be honest with you.
Well, I never have. I'm not tall enough.
Yeah.
I talk through the fence.
Oh, we'll get you a stool.
I want a stool. Although I suppose, actually, you know what? I don't think I've ever lived in a house that had a chain link fence.
Well, when I was a kid, our fence was chain link.
For me, no.
Really?
I never remember having a chain link fence.
Huh.
Always a 6-foot privacy fence.
Because we used to climb fences in Alice. I think most of them at that time were chain link, and they're easy to climb.
I mean, wood fences are easy to climb, too.
Well,
I used to climb those, too. But
not quite as easy as a chain link.
Well, the chain link fence because growing up, we always had dogs. So we always had a fenced yard. But of houses that I remember, I have no idea when we lived in Killeen before we moved to Copperas Cove. I don't remember that house. But in Copperas Cove on Manning Drive, we had a 6-foot fence. But our house at the time, there was nothing but open field behind us, and we had a retaining wall. And then we got an Afghan hound that could jump a 6-foot fence. And so my dad had to build a bigger fence than 6 feet because the Afghan hound would jump it. Nothing like having to chain a dog in the backyard because he could jump your fence. So then my dad, I don't know what he did, how he did it, but ended up with I don't know, how 8 feet, 10, whatever he did, but it wasn't your normal 6-foot fence.
So you really felt like you couldn't see.
I mean, I don't know that I ever thought about what's it like to just stand over the fence and talk, like in that Home Improvement show. Yeah. I've never been able to do that, but, and I don't think Wilson was all that tall. He was probably standing on a tool.
And,
or that board, sometimes if you've got that part of the fence, you could stand on that, look over.
Well, you know what you could do, Jason?
What
since
could I
you're
do?
kind of feeling left out about that.
I'm really not feeling left out.
Go to our YouTube channel, and you can talk over the fence with everybody that's in there, like Miguel or Emmanuel or Claymore. They'll talk to you over the fence.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sure.
They'll be happy to.
You go home and talk to your neighbors over the fence, too.
No. I'm good. Isn't that funny?
Well, Joe Reinagel hates his neighbors.
Isn't that funny, though? It's like, I don't know. Are you supposed to be like the social butterfly kind of person that goes out and meets all your neighbors? I did that one time.
Are you supposed to be, or are you just?
No. When we first moved into the house that we're in now, it was that National Night Out thing.
Yeah.
And so they had a little gathering down the street at somebody's house, and went down there, and then I never really had the desire to talk to him again. I mean,
wow.
Yeah. So
there was a clip, and I don't know because social media is exactly this, but on Family Feud, one of the questions in the final deal I just saw this recently on on Instagram. I don't know how recent this was, but one of the questions on a scale of 1 to 10, rate your neighbors. And one of the dudes said like 2. Number one answer was like 8 or 9. And the other person got like a 5, and they got no points and they didn't lose. And Steve Harvey was like, why do you hate your neighbors? And then on the other one, it was like, boy, your neighbor's going to be mad at you when they see this, right?
It's not a matter of hating the neighbors. I'm sure they're all very fine people.
You don't like them.
I have no desire to walk outside and have a conversation with them.
Is today National Night Out? That's what Miguel is saying, at least in his neighborhood.
No way. Is it tonight?
I know it's National Taco Night.
Well, if they're serving tacos down the street, I'm headed there.
You still wouldn't go.
No, well,
you still wouldn't go.
Well, I did that one time. I've been in this current house that I'm in, I don't know, 4 years.
It's been longer than that, hasn't it?
No, it's been about 4 years.
Before or after COVID?
It was, well...
You weren't social distancing.
3 years, I guess. Well, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Math is hard.
Maybe it was 21.
Yeah. I don't know. See, I've been in my house. I moved in my house January of 2020 in my new house.
So, right
before COVID. We moved in, and then the world shut down.
Yeah.
My kitchen table became a radio station. Although in my old house, I lived there for, 10, 12 years. I don't know any of those people. Those neighbors
That's what
there,
I'm saying.
I have no idea. I mean,
hell,
Edwin used to live in my neighborhood. I had no idea.
I'm just not one of those guys that goes out and says, hey, Harry, how you doing?
Dude, you are so full of, you walk in anywhere. Hey, Joe Reinagle.
Well, when I walk in, I'm not going to walk down the street and go, hey, what's happening?
So if you go down and get your mail, which you never do.
No, I do that.
If you see a neighbor outside watering his grass or
I'll
something.
say hello. Sure.
Will you?
Yeah.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll say hello.
But keep walking. You don't want to,
No,
the last thing you want is a conversation.
No. I'll just go get the mail and go back inside.
Mm-hmm.
But, I love my neighbors.
You don't even know your neighbor's name.
They're awesome.
You don't even know who your neighbors are.
I have no clue who they are.
Yeah.
No clue.
And you don't care.
And you don't either. All you know is you have nuns that live across the street.
I got 4 nuns that live across the street.
What are their names?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I got Hal and Amy that live next door.
Uh-huh. Now, Hal, okay. You know Hal.
I had neighbor Hal.
Well, that's because his kids throw stuff in your yard.
Well, yeah, one of the kids.
Okay.
Adler. Well, they both do, but see, they both know they can just go in the backyard and get the ball.
Uh-huh.
But one of them knows that if he knocks on the door, he can go through the house, stop at the candy dish, go get the ball, then just stop on the candy dish on his way out.
Well,
he's
smart
no
kid.
dummy. Yeah,
smart kid.
Exactly.
I don't have a nice neighbor Hal.
Well, you don't know that you don't have a nice neighbor Hal because you don't care to go meet your neighbors.
Well, how'd you meet Hal?
When I was moving in, he came over and introduced himself.
You see
what a good neighbor does.
Now, I'm not. Well, how many people have you met that have just moved into your neighborhood?
Well, there's the lady across the street. She's got 2 kids. Don't ask me her name.
Uh-huh. Did you bake her a cake or something like
no.
Welcome to the neighborhood kind of thing?
No. Jasmine that works here. She lives around the corner. I know her.
Uh-huh. Oh, my God.
And then there's that other guy. And then the guy behind the fence, I couldn't tell you his name either.
Did he not pay for his portion of the fence?
No, he eventually
did. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Pledge, we're dancing because you put the dock on, but then his phone dropped out.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad you were paying attention and just realized that.
We're dancing.
Well, yeah. I mean, I see the dock is there. I'm about to go to him, and then there's no dock there, and then Pledge is frantically trying to call him back.
All right, well, he'll get him up there.
My guess is Dr. Lane Nauer was very concerned that we might ask who his neighbors are.
See, I bet you Dr. Nauer doesn't visit with his neighbors.
Yeah.
Maybe he does.
Yeah, it is our injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG, Orthopedics and Spine online at TSAOG.com. the always neighborly Dr. Lane Nauer joining us here on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Doc, do you know your neighbors?
I do. Got some good ones.
You got good neighbors, huh?
That's a great politically correct answer, Doc, because I don't know any of mine, and I'm glad that you do, though. That's good.
Yeah, fences, though, also.
All right, Doc, your phone was cutting out there. Hopefully this connection lasts because we actually have some serious injuries to talk about. Let's start with what DeMarcus Lawrence is dealing with. Mike McCarthy calls it a mid-foot sprain. Others have called it Liz Frank. Two opinions, no surgery necessary. Jerry Jones today said that's good bone healing time now for DeMarcus Lawrence. What exactly is he dealing with, and what is a realistic time frame? Because I've seen anywhere between 4 and 8 weeks.
Yeah, so to start with the Liz Frank injury, that's an injury of that midfoot, the bones in the middle of the foot that can either fracture or the ligaments that attach can tear. A severe injury will require surgery and usually done for a year, but sometimes it's just a sprain or those ligaments can get pulled and have some inflammation and swelling. And on the lesser end, that's on that time frame of about 4 weeks. But, there's no good way to definitively say based on the images. It's really just to see how the pain improves. And so if they're saying 4 to 8 weeks, they're just kind of going to be playing it week by week.
Well, they put him on IR today, Doc, so he's out at least 4 weeks with that thing. So I guess they think it's serious enough for at least a 4-week time period. So you just something like that. How do you rehab that? How do you cure that thing?
So initially, it's just you put him on crutches or the scooter, and you get your weight off of it and let the body start its healing process. For him to just maintain his fitness, it's getting him on a bike and doing whatever workouts he's able to do without putting a lot of pressure on that foot, because it really is just rest. There's not a whole lot once the pain resolves other than getting his fitness back up. There's not a lot of stiffness that sets in. It's just kind of trying to ramp him back up once the pain goes away and it's safe to advance him.
What's the realistic time frame for Micah Parsons in this high ankle sprain?
Again, it's similar to that Liz Frank. It depends on the severity. Since they're not talking a month, I think it's on the lesser. And just even a mild high ankle sprain is usually earliest, 4 to 6 weeks before they're back to full strength. But that high ankle sprain, that's for somebody high energy, high impact like Micah and the way he plays. It may take 6-8 weeks to get him fully back and back to the same intensity, same explosiveness.
Wow. Well, Doc, let me ask you about this, because both Jason and I were a little confused about this. Devin Vassell had surgery. He's out until at least November 1st. A stress reaction of the third metatarsal head in his right foot. What is a metatarsal head?
So the metatarsal head, the head of a bone is just the end towards the toes where the bone reaches the next joint. So it's just the end of the bone, and the metatarsals are the bones, kind of to equate it to your hand, it's like the palm. So the mid portion of your foot, they're the longer bones in the foot. And those bones can fracture or develop stress fractures, which is essentially just overuse, overtraining, jumping, running. And it can happen to any athlete. And in some cases, there are certain bones in the feet that to get them to heal the fastest or get recovered fastest, it does require surgery. For most people that aren't elite athletes, a lot of these stress fractures really, it's just a waiting game. Take the weight off of it, let it heal, and then get back. But some of these stress fractures require surgery.
It's going to be interesting, and, surgery, not surgery. What is going on with Christian McCaffrey? Every update seems worse than the previous one.
Yeah, so with the initial reports, it really was kind of vague what it was, but now I think we're kind of getting a better picture that it truly is just his Achilles tendon. So the tendons at the back of the ankle that attach the calf muscles to the heel, the tendons can develop swelling or inflammation called tendonitis. In some cases, it can be severe. For most folks, it's nothing that requires surgery. But as we know, somebody like a running back, especially at his level, it can be disabling and really keep him off the field as it has. And there's not necessarily one treatment that's going to get him back the fastest. It really is a matter of rest and rehab, and he's flown to Germany to get other opinions, and maybe there's some injections that you can do, but really I think the opinions he's gotten both here and internationally is that it's just a rest and waiting period to let the body rehab and heal itself, and then you basically work up from the point of no pain to being able to play football again, which is why it's such a long road.
Well, and then the idea that it's actually both in both legs, one obviously worse than the other, and I mean, how often do you hear somebody dealing with 2 Achilles injuries at the same time?
So it can be, it's not common, but it does happen. It's, the mechanics in a runner, we see it a lot in runners or jumping athletes. You're using your feet and your ankles for both. And now sometimes it is that it's the fact that one side hurts worse than the other, but it is fairly common to see it on both sides. I suspect for him, and what it sounds like from the earlier reports, that it definitely was one side worse than the other, but it appears that now he's kind of dealing with both and trying to start a treatment plan for both.
Wow.
Good stuff, Dr. Lane. Now we always appreciate the knowledge, the insight, and the friendly, neighborly advice that you always give.
Happy to give it. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Dr. Lane Nauer with the injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine, online at tsaog.com. Dr. Nauer and all our guests on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond, online at buyersbarricades.com.
Yeah, I'm worried about McCaffrey, to be honest with you, and coming back at all this year. The way this thing has gone, I'm not sure that he will.
Well, if it's not looking good for Christian McCaffrey, if San Francisco's got a chance, unless things fall off all the wheels fall off, November, December, at some point you figure he's going to play unless he has some sort of surgery. And you think about fantasy football, think about all the people that took a Christian McCaffrey, all the people that took Tyreek Hill, all the disappointing things that's going on in your traditional fantasy football. You don't have to mess with that if you're playing at Underdog at Fantasy. Went up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats like touchdowns, passing yards. Yesterday I told you Will Levis was on there for the pick'em entry at 0.5 interceptions. He didn't play much, but he got that interception. Well, I had that in my entry, turned green. I didn't win money last night because I also had Tyreek Hill at over 53.5 yards, and he did not go higher than 53.5 yards. He was lower. Making picks is easy, and it's easy to get signed up. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com or go download the Underdog Fantasy app. Use my promo code STAR, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Must be over 18, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Again, use promo code STAR when you sign up at UnderdogFantasy.com.
Riding 1604 with the Blitz.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again.
Afternoons 2 to 6. KTFM Floresville. And everywhere at sasportstar.com.
1, 2, 3, Cowboys!
South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Sunday night at 7:20. The Cowboys are in the Steel City taking on Pittsburgh.
I like this kind of party!
Pre-game starts at 6. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and Ewald Kubota.
You asked for it, you got it! How about them Cowboys?
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Going down in a rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me.
Shoulders separating.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson here for Prize Picks, my daily fantasy game. In fact, mine and 10 million others are playing this every day because we know what we're doing. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money on your sports action. Join me and so many others playing every day. You know why? Prize Picks invented FlexPay, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. Look, you know your sports. How many yards is CeeDee Lamb going to get this week? Is Jonathan Taylor going to get 85 or more? You know what you're doing. Go make your play. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money this football season. Which players are going off? Which players aren't? You know you play fantasy football. Put your knowledge to work. And remember, use the code Alamo and there's $50 in it for you. Download the app now. Use Alamo. Play with your friends. It's the best way to have fun and get yourself in the game. Remember, Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can add to big payouts. Download the app today. Prize Picks. Run your game.
When you've got a big job to do, never compromise. Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. Get the power, comfort, and quality you need by choosing Kubota rental equipment. Excavators, skid loaders, track loaders, RTVs, or mowers. At Ewald Kubota, we have the machine you need when you need it. Rent by the day, week, or month. We know you want the dependable equipment Kubota is known for, and we can even deliver it to you. From the Gulf of Mexico to the hill country of Texas, for over 75 years, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
It's football season, and you know the best place to watch games is at the Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road, with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. College, pro, the games are on at the Roo. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch the game. Just down from the big blind, the Roo Pub is next to the Angry Elephant at 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the Miller Lite Cowboys Hour, supported by Albertsons and broadcasting live from Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco. Brought to you by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Cowboys. Tastes like Miller time. Albertsons in Tom Thumb, the official supermarket and pharmacy of the Dallas Cowboys. Luke Casey, the official bootmaker of the Dallas Cowboys. Blockchain.com, make your crypto play today. Buffalo Wild Wings. If it's game day, Buffalo Wild Wings is the place to be. Altec Lansing. Just listen with Altec Lansing, perfecting sound since 1927. And by Omni. Omni Hotels and Resorts, the official hotel of the Dallas Cowboys.
It's Victory Monday!
Now, your hosts, Nicole Hutchison and Brad Chan.
It is Victory Monday. Welcome, everybody, to the Cowboys Hour. It is definitely Victory Monday, even though it feels like Thursday was 5 or 6 days ago. That's exactly what it was. But we're delighted to have everybody with us on the Cowboys Hour this evening. Thanks to those of you who have come out to Sidecar Social in Frisco in the Star District, including the Victory Monday fan club. Nice to see you guys back here and with something to celebrate. If you're within the sound of our voices, please come in. The food's great. There are I counted them, there are 74,000 television screens in this. And there's 2 Monday night games and a baseball game.
Wait, you really counted the television?
I counted all of them. There's 74,000
right.
in this room, and then back in the big room in the back. Yes, that's why I've only been here a few minutes. There's nothing that's on TV you can't see in here with great food and drinks. Come on out and join us. We're here almost every Monday night during the Cowboys season, except for the exceptions when we're not. We welcome all of you who are with us wherever you are on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, and those of you who are streaming wherever and whenever on DallasCowboys.com. How you doing? Nice to see you. And momentarily, we will have making a very show businessy kind of an entrance through the side door over there, the Cowboys' outstanding cornerback Jordan Lewis. I'm very excited about that. You can applaud him even though he's not here. And then you can applaud him real big when he does get here. Jordan Lewis is such a great story to me, Nicole. He's a guy who was not a slot corner, a nickel corner like he is now. But he was an All-American cornerback. He was a third-round pick, and he has become not only an outstanding player, but one of the real leaders in that locker room, and someone who has overcome injury and a bad injury that could have been career-threatening. He's really shown people how to persevere.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually battled multiple injuries since he's gotten here to the Dallas Cowboys. In 2017, he had a hamstring injury, so he missed all the preseason games his rookie season. And then, of course, you look at the 2022 season, a season-ending foot injury. And I got a chance to talk with him, last year, going one-on-one in 1st and 10. Make sure to check it out on YouTube, by the way, guys. But no, and something that stood out to me the most was his resiliency. And that's something that he had the help of Britt Brown, right, who's been someone that's really just been instilling that confidence in him to make sure that he continues to show that resiliency no matter what he goes through. So I love that about him. Yeah, Britt Brown is a guy who I wish fans knew more about. He's been on the athletic training staff for years and years. He's absolutely as good a rehab director as there is in the league. And one way you can tell it is the way the players trust him. Yeah. They absolutely will put their faith in whatever he tells them to do. And then you can tell a lot about a guy by asking Britt, what about that guy? Because if the guy is not devoting all of himself to getting back on the field and being with his team, Britt will let you know. Yeah, no, for sure. And Jordan Lewis is one of his favorites. Yeah, I mean, and you look around the team, they all have that same type of resiliency, and I'm sure we'll see, hopefully, Micah show that as well. He's obviously anxious to get back on the field, but he'll be week to week. But, going back to Jordan Lewis, I think that's something that he learned at a younger age because he's always been undersized. So that's something that I feel like he's used to overcoming a lot of things. So that's also played a role in his success, too. Yeah, he is absolutely one of the most critical parts of their defense. So he is about to pull into the parking lot. So I think we may just take our first break early and have a little more time to devote to Jordan Lewis when he gets here. Jordan's our special guest on the Cowboys Hour this evening. We are at the Sidecar Social at the Star District in Frisco. And who is this brought to you by? It is also brought to you by... By whom is this brought let me get that for a second. Albertsons. When it comes time to shop for tailgate favorites, go to Albertsons and Tom Thumb. Get 10% off your groceries every Dallas Cowboys game day when you wear your Cowboys jersey. Albertson and Tom Thumb, the official supermarket and pharmacy of the Dallas Cowboys. Come on out and join us at Sidecar Social at the Star District in Frisco. We'll be right back on the Cowboys Hour.
Hey Cowboys fans, when you stay at Omni Frisco at the Star, you stay at the official hotel of your favorite team. We built this place just for real fans like you. Smack dab in the middle of the Star, world headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys and their 12,000-seat practice stadium. Walk in and it's like waking up in cowboy heaven. You've dreamed of a place like this, and now you can dream in a place like this. When you're looking for a place to stay in the game at Omni Frisco at the Star, the official hotel of the Dallas Cowboys.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Cowboys Nation watch parties are officially back. On October 6th, the Cowboys go on the road to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers, so we're hosting a free watch party presented by 7-Eleven at Miller Lite House at AT&T Stadium. Cue Thunderstruck because the DCC are performing. Rowdy will be there, and of course, the game will be on the big screens at Miller Lite House. Kickoff is at 7:20, so come early, grab a Slurpee, and cheer loud. Grab your free tickets at DallasCowboys.com/watch party. Go Cowboys!
Cowboys Nation is big because everything's bigger in Texas. And Reliant has the energy to power it all. From home field advantage to home sweet home, Reliant has Dallas Cowboys fans all across the Lone Star State covered for every electric moment this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Dallas Cowboys.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Bell Nunley has been committed to serving their clients for over 4 decades. This Dallas-based full-service law firm offers an extensive array of legal services, including championship-level commercial litigation, mergers and acquisitions, real estate, intellectual property, and labor and employment practices. Whether it's the clients they serve, the cases they win, the people they hire, or the community they build, Bell Nunley is behind every great company. Go to bellnunley.com to learn more.
Tom Thumb's new Drive Up and Go service makes grocery shopping easy and convenient for anyone.
25 pounds of ground chuck, 15 bags of hamburger buns, 28 bags of Tostitos, 10 packs of Pepsi, and some barbecue tongs.
You pick the time, you drive up, and go.
With Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go, anyone has time in their schedule to go grocery shopping. Just a few clicks away, and you can feed your team.
Everyone can be a grocery pro bowler with Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go. Download the app or try an online order to get started today.
Back to the Miller Lite Cowboys Hour, supported by Albertsons and broadcasting live from Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco.
Welcome back. Welcome, everybody. Thanks to the Victory Monday Fan Club for leading the parade here at Sidecar Social. I'm Brad Sham with Nicole Hutchinson. Apparently the traffic in the parking lot of the building is really heavy.
Pretty bad.
Because Jordan Lewis is still trying to wend his way into that. But we did save him a spot, so at least he won't have to drive around and find one. So why don't you tell people a little bit about what your game day is like?
It's different every game day. Honestly, home game days, I'll go to the stadium, and then I'll record my hits for the pregame live show, and then obviously sit through the game, take some notes because I have to produce my show for Monday during the day, Monday mornings, called Cowboys Flashback. Make sure to check it out on Valley Sports Southwest if you haven't, or also on Dallas Cowboys YouTube too. And I do my interviews post-game with some of the players that I obviously feel had a huge impact on the game, and then I work on producing my show. So that's pretty much my game days.
And what about for a road game?
Road games, I stay here. So in studio, I help out with the pregame show as well. I'll do my hits for pregame show with Kyle Yeomans, Nate Newton, Isaiah Stanback, and Barry Church. And then postgame, if I'm able to hop on Final Word, I'll hop on Final Word. But if not, I'll be pre-producing my Cowboys Flashback show on Monday.
Is that harder to do without having the opportunity to go into the locker room and talk to the guys right after the game?
A little bit, because you want to be able to have that one-on-one interaction and also that content for the shows. But typically I'll use the sound. Our production team does a really good job of making sure that they talk to all the guys in the locker room, so I get that sound well enough.
So how do you decide, Nicole, who you're going to talk to after a game?
Just depends. I know when Kevontae Turpin had a big game, I talked to him after that game. It really just depends on who has the best performance that day. So, for example, if I were to go and travel with you guys to New York on Thursday, I would have probably talked to Rico Dowdle just because Obviously his first touchdown of the year, but he played an integral role in that run game finally, able to be established. So I would have talked to Rico there, or maybe even CD, just because of the week before, the issues that they had, and finally him and Dak got a chance to show that they were in sync. So really just depends on who has the best day.
And how about somebody like, and I'm saying this because I know how to, Amani Oruwariye? Save the game.
I know. I would have talked to him maybe as well. It just depends. I mean, on how the flow of the game worked. I probably would have talked to Amani as well, but it really just depends on also locker room availability. Some guys tend to just go and leave right after the game. You have some guys that stay, so really just depends.
Do you know then when a game is over how you want to structure what you want to do for the rest of the week?
Nope. Not at all. I just kind of go with the flow.
Do you just seriously make it up every day?
Literally make it up every day. But I mean, some things stay the same. Like Mondays, I have Cowboys Flashback, then we have Cowboys Hour, and then either Tuesdays or Wednesdays, I'll tape 5 points that goes on social, and then Thursdays and Fridays. Thursdays I'm pre-producing Cowboys Rewind, which I tape on Fridays. So those things stay the same, but anything can happen at any moment, and I just have to be prepared.
Now, we've teased you a little bit over the last couple of years. You're a Houston girl.
I'm a Houston girly.
Tell everybody how you got to DallasCowboys.com.
I started in Alexandria, Louisiana. I graduated May 2019 from Howard University, the illustrious Howard University, and got my first job in TV after interning with MLB Network that summer. Right after graduation, spent the time there for about a year and some change. Then I went to Lexington, got to cover the Kentucky Wildcats for about a year.
That's an experience.
That was an experience, man. Because I went to the LSU men's basketball games, but the arena and Lexington was absolutely amazing. Coach Calipari, amazing as well. That was such an experience. And I was there for about 2 years, and then Haley Sutton. Shout out to her. She had the job before me, and she's now off doing great things at CBS Sports in Miami. And she called me up and was like, "Hey, girl, I'm leaving. Would you like to fill my shoes?" And I'm like, "Absolutely." So, yeah, that's how that worked.
Did you have any difficulty handling divided loyalties between the Texans and the Cowboys?
I did. I still struggle with it, but it's okay.
Say more. Tell us everything.
I'm here to support the Cowboys, so that's all that matters.
But it's not in your heart. Come on.
I'm gonna get some hate for this one.
You can tell the truth.
It's not. But it's in my mom's heart. She grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan. We got Jordan Lewis though here in the building, so we're gonna go ahead and
Boy, did you change the subject fast?
I had to shift it off of me. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't. Jordan's gonna get his family settled down.
Absolutely.
We've got time for you to tell us how you have gone about putting your Houston loyalties on hold and faking being for Dallas.
Oh my! Faking is a stretch. It's not faking. I support this team, but I gotta go with what my roots are. My roots are Houston Texans. I'm sorry.